Hello everyone, welcome back to another exciting tutorial. I'm Zuli. At the end of this tutorial, we're going to learn to build a complete full stack e-commerce website from scratch, and we're going to be using React, Node, Express, and MongoDB. Also, we're going to be using Stripe, Power Payment Gateway, and Razorpay as well. Okay, so let me walk you through all of what we're going to be building. So this is the front end here, and then this is our admin panel where you can add products list, check your product list, your orders, and then log out as well. So let me walk you through the front end first. So here at the top, you're going to see the navigation bar where we have the logo at the left hand side. We have the searching, we have the search filter at the center, and then we have all of this here. The icon, we have a drop down list here, login and sign up, orders, and then log out. And then we have our cart page as well. At the bottom of this, in our navigation bar, we have these categories for men, women, and kids. Okay, and then we have our hero section. We have all of this collection here. This is the best collection, and then we have our collection section as well. So you can view the detail of the products when you click on any of the products. So I clicked on that, and then I'm getting the image of the product, and then every other details relating to the products. Okay, so back here to the home page, we have all of these collections right here. Now to the main logic. So for this tutorial, we're going to learn to filter, we're going to learn to create categories, we're going to learn user authentication, creating users, logging in, and signing up for accounts. Okay, so we're going to be doing all of that, and then getting our cart page at the front end and at the back end as well. So let me show you. First off, the user needs to sign in, have an account before they can place another, before they can check out basically. Okay, so let's say here in the kids section, let's say we want to view the kids category. Okay, we're going to get a banner here, and then we're going to see all of the products that falls under kids category. Now for women's category as well, we're going to get a banner here as well, and then all of the product that falls under the women category. And for men as well, we're going to see a banner as well, and then we can search for products in this field, in the search inputs right here. So let's say we want to search for joggers. So just type in here joggers, and then we click on search. So the product that will be displayed would be joggers alone. Okay, so this is it. Now let's go to the kids section as well and do the same thing. So right here in the kids section, in the kids category, we can search for sweater. Okay, so here I'm just going to type in, then we'll click on the search button. All the products, okay, so no product is found in this category because of, okay, so no product is found in this category, no product matches with this name. Okay, so let me enter another one. Let me just say plain, and then if I click on search, we have a product, we have three products that matches with plain. This is plain sweater top for kids, this is simple plain top, this is another simple plain top. Okay, so if we do the same thing for the men's category, we can filter out different products. So let's say we want to find a product, a clothes in the men's category that is gray in color. So we're just going to type in gray here. Then if I click on search, all the product that will be displayed will have gray in the name. Okay, so this is working perfectly well. Okay, so now let's try to add products to our carts. Okay, so right here, right now, we're here to create an account at home. So we're just assuming that this is a new user. So let's say we want to click on this, we're seeing this product details, and we have other images right here that is displayed in different color. If you click on these images, it's changing right here. Okay, and if I click on this as well, I can see the other colors and patterns. So let's say I'm selecting this medium size and I want to add it to my cart. It's showing you that the product has been added to cart, right? And then if I click on the cart page, okay, we have this in the cart. We can increase and decrease, and it will reflect in our subtotal and the total. So if I click on proceed to checkout now, I will be redirected to this checkout page. So in the checkout page, we have our payment option, we have the shipping address, and then we have the cart total. Okay, so let's say I want to make a payment with Stripe. I fill in all the details: phone number, street address, city, the state, the country, and then the zip code. And then I want to place an order without having an account. Here is going to show me that I need to log in to add item to cart. That means you need to have an account on the website before you can add any item, before you can place an order. Okay, so we're going to head here to log in or sign up. Okay, so I'm going to enter an account that I created. Then it's going to be demo@gmail.com. Okay, demo. Then I'm going to enter the password as well. If I click on sign in, we're going to get a notification that is saying login successful. So we're back on the home page. Now let's add an item to carts. Let's say we want to add this item to carts. Let's say we want to add this size. Product has been added to carts. We're getting the notification. And then if we click on the carts page, we have our carts page right here. And then if we click on proceed to checkout, click on Stripe, we're selecting Stripe payment method. Now, as you can see, only users with an account can place order on the websites. So now I'll fill this. If I click on place order, it will redirect me to Stripe checkout page. Okay, and then I'm paying with card. So first off, I need to enter my email. So I'm just going to use a dummy card here. I'm going to show you how I got to this website in the tutorial. So I'm going to copy the card number. This is just a dummy card. And then the months, I'm just going to select an expiry month, and here 1 to 3 card. So because we're using US dollars and we're using US dummy card number, United States, zip code, just a random zip code, then click on pay. So once the payment is successful, we're going to get a notification that is saying order placed successfully, and then you're going to see the orders page. Okay, so this is working well. So back to our own page. Okay, we can create an account, we can log in and sign up, we can view our orders. This is it right here. Let me add more orders. So here we have it. Let's say I want to add this jacket. I click on this size, click on add to cart. Product has been added to cart, right? And then in the cart page, I click on checkout. I want to pay cash on delivery. So I'm just going to fill in randomly the country, the zip code, and then if I click on place order as well, it will redirect me to the other page because the payment here is cash on delivery, while the payment here is Stripe. Okay, so this is working perfectly well. Our filter is working, our category is working. We can log in or sign up, we can view our orders page, and we can log out as well. If you click on log out, it will redirect you to the login form where you're going to enter your email and password to log in. Okay, so this is the front end page. This is the front end here, and it's looking okay and good. And now let's check our admin panel. So if I click on orders here, I'm going to get the order that I just made. Okay, so these are testing. I've made several tests, so that's why we're getting all of this. But this is the last two that I just made now. The customer's name is here, the shipping address, the name of the product, the quantity, the size. The item is one, payment method is Stripe. Payment is done because it was successful. We use the dummy card, and then the date and the time that the user made the order as well. So all of this is working. So at the admin panel as well, we can add products to the front end, and it's also going to be stored in our database. We can check for the list of products that we've added. These are the list of products right here. Okay, this is the list of our orders. So let's try to add a product. So if I click on add to, and then let's say I want to add these products here. Okay, let's say I want to add it as kids unicorn sweater. And then I'm just going to add a dummy description here. The products category is going to be kids, and then let's say it's going for $17. I'm going to add all of the product sizes. Okay, if I click on add to products, add products, you're going to see a notification that's saying that the product has been added successfully. Okay, so back here, if I click on kids and then I reload it, we're going to get the product right here. Okay, so it's here kids unicorn sweater. If I click on the details, you can see that this has been added to our front end. Okay, so this code is working. We can add products from the admin panel, and then we're going to see it in the front end as well. We can check the list of all the products that we have in stock. We can check the list of all the orders that have been made. Okay, so back here, let me show you something. If we click on this orders page now, so our orders is not showing anything because initially we logged out, right? So we need to log in now. So let me log in again. So I'm just going to log in with another number5@gmail.com. Then I'm going to add the password. Then if I click on sign in, saying here that our login is successful, and then we still have our orders stored. Okay, so now at the admin panel, you can let the user know what's up with their order. So here you can show them that the order has been placed. Right now, by default, all products will show that order has been placed once payment is successful or if they're going to pay on delivery. Okay, so order placed. Let's say that this order is being packed. Okay, so right here, if I click on track order, track this order as well, you can see that it's showing here that it's being packed. Okay, for the second one, let's say it's out for delivery. If I click on track order, it's going to show me here that it's out for delivery. So the users can get updated on their orders if it is being packed, if it is shipped already, if it is out for delivery, and once it is delivered, they will be updated as well. Okay, so this is working, guys. Do not forget to subscribe. So let's dive into the real code. Okay, do not forget to subscribe to my channel. The likes, the subscribe, the comments count a lot. Thank you so much, guys. So let's get into the real code. Let's get started. So I've opened the folder for YouTube project where I'm going to create my React app. So I'm creating this folder here, and I'm going to name it Full Stack E-commerce. Okay, and then I'm going to open this folder that I just created in VS Code. So here on my VS Code, navigate to File, click on Open Folder. I created the folder in YouTube project, so I'm just going to look for it now. So the name is Full Stack E-commerce. I'll select the folder and open it in VS Code. So I'll close this and then open this folder, open an integrated terminal. Then I'm going to run this command. I want to create Frontend. So npm create bytes at latest frontend templates react. Make sure you're connected to the internet for this to work. So you're going to change directory to frontend and then npm install to install all the necessary dependencies for React app to work. So our folder has been created. So we've successfully installed the necessary packages and dependencies for our front end. Now we have the node modules, we have all of the files working. Let's test if the front end app is working. We'll have npm run dev. So if you run the command, you're going to get all of this. Okay, so you just need to follow this link, click on follow link, and then it will open up in your browser. Okay, so this is what we have. Our React app is working. Okay, I'm clicking on this button and it is counting. Okay, so our React app is working. We have our node modules, we have the public folder, we have the src folder as well, index.html and all of that. So in our source folder, I'm going to delete app.css, click on delete, move to recycle bin, and then we're going to begin with cleanup. First, we're going to clean up our app.jsx, Ctrl A, delete it all, and then to create the React app, we're going to use the shortcut REFC. This is a very easy shortcut that helps to create React app. Okay, so to use this shortcut, you need to have this dependency. You need to have this extension installed. you need to have the EX7 React Redux React Native snippet installed. I have installed mine, so do well to install yours as well. So back to our cleanup, we need to clean up our index.css as well. So for our entire folder, I want to set the margin to 0 and the padding to 0 as well. We're going to come back to index.css because we need a lot of code in here also. And then this is what we're going to be working with. So in our source folder as well, we need to create our pages folder and the component folder. But before all of that, we need to install other necessary dependencies like the React icon, because we're going to be needing React icon, and then we need to install React Router DOM so that we can navigate through pages, so we can work on our routing system. So here, I'm just going to open a new tab, enter React icon. We're installing the npm package, and then for React Router DOM as well, we're doing the same thing. So once you're here, you have to click on the installation code that is right here, and then navigate back to your terminal. So here, just create a new terminal. Okay, so this terminal is actually for the entire full stack. So we need to open the front end terminal. So you just open integrated terminal once you click on the front end. So now we're installing React icon in the front end. Okay, so while all of that is installing, in our SRC folder, we need to create the pages folder, and we need to create the component folder. So in the pages folder, we're going to have the home page, we're going to have the login page, the cards page, product details page, our order page, and all of that. While in the component folder, we're going to have the navbar component, the footer component, the home collection, latest collection, the hero, related products component, and the cart total component. Okay, so it seems like our React icon has been successfully installed. Now React Router DOM for routing. Okay, so you come here as well and paste the code. Make sure you're connected to the internet for this to work as well. Now let us create the pages. So we're going to have the home page. I created a folder for home page. Now we're going to have the login page. We are also going to have our collection page, which is for our entire collection. So here, collection page. In the pages folder as well, we're going to have the carts page, and then we're going to have the product details page. So as we move further in the coding, in the tutorial, we're going to add other pages as well. So for each of these pages, we need to create their file. So this is going to have carts.gsx. Okay, to create this refc, the shortcut. Now for the collection as well, we're going to have collection.gsx. Okay, refc as well. Now for the home page as well, we need to have home.gsx, refc as well. This is for the home page. Now for the login page, we're going to have login.gsx as well, refc. And then for the product details also, so we're going to have product details .gsx as well, refce. Okay. So I'm just going to close all of this. So with the pages that we've created now, we can now move forward. So the next thing we need to do is to set up our routes using the pages that we just created. So we're going to open our main.gsx. Let me reduce this terminal so that we can have more space. And then we're going to remove this React strict mode. So I'm going to delete this, and I'll do the same thing here as well. Now we're going to wrap our browser router because we want to set up our routing system, right? So we're going to wrap our browser router around our entire application. So I would create the route tag, the browser router tag here. So here we're going to have browser router tag. Okay, I'll cut this and paste it in between the browser router because we want to wrap our entire application around the browser router. And I'm going to import, so I'm just going to comment this out, and then I'm going to import browser router from React Router DOM. So we've installed React Router DOM, and now our entire application has been wrapped around the browser router. So the next thing we need to do now is to create multiple routes for multiple pages. So we're going to open our app.gsx. I've opened mine, and then we can now start creating. So first off, we need to import our routes and routes from React router DOM as well. Okay, and then we delete this. So here we're going to have our routes, the route tag. So in between the routes, we're going to create our routes, each of the routes. So the very first one is for our home page. So the paths we have added / and then the element here, the property, we have added the home page. And now I'm going to import the home page from the pages folder. Okay, so this is the pages and this is the home. Now we're going to do the same thing. We're going to create another route with the path. So this path is going to take for our login page, and then the elements here. So here we're going to mount the login page, and then we're going to close the tag. Okay, we're going to do the same thing for the cards. We'll create another one. So the path here is going to take cards, and the elements, we're going to render the cards page and then close this. Now we're going to do we've done for home page, login page, cards page. We need to do for collection and product details. So for each of the collection, we have categories in the collection, such that we have men, women, and kids category. So we'll create another route with a path. So this is going to take category, and then we'll have a / followed by a colon with the URL parameter category with another property category, and then the elements that we want to render here is going to be collection. So this is for collection. So the / and the column that followed this part here is to tell React that the URL parameter can change based on different properties. So this is what we call dynamic routing. Okay, so in this situation, the URL parameter can change based on the property. So the property here is category. So we're going to do the same thing for product detail as well. So here route and the parts here / products / products ID. Okay, sorry, I missed the colon. Okay, so / product ID, and here for elements we're going to render products details. So here we just mounted product details. This is more like the same thing. So for each of the products we are going to have different URL parameter for the product details. Okay, and we're getting each of the product details by their ID. For the collection, we're getting it by the category. Okay, so now I'm going to import all of these pages here. So I'm going to copy this and then paste it. We're importing so this will be for login, for the login page. This will be for the cards page. The next one is going to be for collection page. And then the last one is going to be for product details page. So now that we're done setting up our routes, we need to get the images that we're going to be using for this entire project, for the front-end project. And then we need to get the file that we're also going to be using. So this is all of the images that we're going to be using for this project. This is our file here. I'm going to open the file and show you, but let me copy every image here. Okay, so I'm just going to copy and paste it in our assets folder. I think I made a mistake. Let me cancel. Okay, so this is it right here. We copied all of the images that we're going to be using, and we have our assets file as well. Okay, I'm just going to give this. Okay, So this is our asset file, right? I've imported all of the images that we're going to be using. We have the images, we have this image as well. Now we have our asset objects, and also we have the product array where we have multiple objects. Okay, so this is the product array. This is one of the objects, and each of the objects represents a product and its detail, starting from the ID, the name, the description, the price, and the image as well. And the image is in form of an array. We have added an array in the image so that we can add multiple images, right? So just like this, here we can add multiple images in our image. Also, we have the category, we have the sizes, we have the date, and we have this bestseller option for latest collection. Okay, this is another one as well. We have the ID. This is another product. I said earlier that each of the objects is representing a product. So this is another product. This is the name, the description, the price, the image, category, sizes, dates, and this bestseller option. We have over 30 to 40 details here for each of the products. Okay, so that is that about this, and I have imported all of this product as well. Right, so the first thing we need to work on now is our navigation bar. Our navigation bar is available in the entire project. Okay, it's available in all of the pages. So I'm going to mount our nav bar before the route. So here we're going to have nav bar. Okay, we're here to create the nav bar component. So for the component, we need to create our nav bar component, and then we're going to have the hero component. We're going to have the home collection component. We're going to have the latest collection component. We're going to have the footer component. We're also going to have the cart total components, and then we're going to have the related products component. Okay, I'll start with the navbar, and I'll create a new file, and I'll give it a class name of navbar.gsx. Okay, so REFC here. I said earlier that our navigation bar is going to be present, it's going to be available in all of the pages. So I'm going to mount the navbar in app.gsx. So if we check our browser, this is what we have. Our navbar has already been mounted here, followed by the home, right? Now we'll open our navbar. So let's start by working on the UI of our navigation bar. So I'll create nav tag with a class name of navbar. So in the navbar, we have the top section. So we have the top, nav top, and the nav bottom. So at this top section, we have the logo at the left hand side. So we're going to use an h2 tag, and this is going to give us, we're going to enter the name of the app. So the logo is leading directly to the home page. So I'm going to cut this, and I'll use the link tag from React Router DOM, and then I'm going to paste this in between. So this is going to lead to the home page as we have defined it here in our routing system. Okay. So then we're going to have the search bar at the center. So I'll create a div tag for search bar. And then we're going to have our input field, which is going to take a text. And the class name is going to be search input, while the placeholder is going to take search for products. Okay, let me just close this so that we can have more space. And then we're going to have a button with a class name of search button, and it's going to take search. So after the search bar at the center, we're going to have the icons on the right hand side. I'll create a div tag with the class name of icons. So in the icons, we have two icons, the profile icon and the cart icon. So for the profile icon, I'll create a div tag for profile group. I'm doing this because we have a drop down menu after under the profile icon. Okay, and also I'll create another div tag for the cat icon. So this is going to take cat icon. Remember earlier that we've installed React icons. So here we're going to use the user icon. So I'm just going to use the icon directly, and I'm going to give this a class name of icon. So this is going to take icon, and then right here we need to get this icon from React icons. Okay, so we have the icon here. Now we need to work on the drop down menu. So I'll create a div tag with the class name of drop down menu. So in the drop down menu, we're going to have the account text and the logout text. The account text is going to, if you click on the account text, you're going to it's going to navigate us to the login page. Okay, so this is going to take link, and here for the p tag, I'll give it a class name of drop down item, and it's going to take accounts, and the account is going to lead us to the login page that we have also worked on here when we're setting up our route. And then we're going to have another text with a class name of drop down item, and this is going to take logout. Okay, so drop down is supposed to be an n, and also an n. Okay, now for the cats, we're going to use the cat icon, and I'll also give you the same class name with this user icon. Right, so here, and then I'm going to close this. Now we need the cat count, so a span tag with the class name of cat count, and I'm going to give this the value of 0. Now we're going to continue with the nav bottom. So for the nav bottom, I'll create a div tag for the nav link container. In our nav link container, we're also going to create another div tag with the class name of nav bar link. So this is going to have nav bar link. We're going to have this as 3. So 3. We're starting with men. This is going to take women, and this is going to take kids, which is going to be the category. Okay, so for each of this category, we need to create a function for this nav link. Each of the nav link is going to lead us to a category, right, in our collection. So we need to create a function that will undo navigating to a new page based on the category. So here I'm going to create a function, and I'll give it a name of undo navigation. So this is going to take paths, and then we're going to set navigate. We're using navigate from, okay, this is supposed to be use navigate. So here we're going to have navigate paths. Okay, this is supposed to be, so we're using the use navigate from React Router DOM. And then right here, before we use our navigation, we need to define navigate here to use navigate. Okay, so that we can undo the navigation and the paths. Okay, so for each of this link that will be here for the category, we're going to have an onClick function, and then we're going to call the undo navigation function and pass their paths. Okay, so right here we're going to use an onClick and then we're going to call the undo navigation, and then we can now pass different parts. Okay, so this is going to, the first one we take category slash men, the second one we'll take category slash women, the third we'll take category slash kids. Okay, so we called, so for each of this link we use the onClick function to call our undo navigation and want to navigate to different category in our collection, as we've defined it here for when we're setting up our route. So we're going to have category followed by, Ctrl Z, that's a mistake, followed by the property. Okay, so for here is men, women, and kids. Okay, and we're going to do the same for the cat as well. So I'm just going to copy this, and then I'm going to paste this here. And for this, we're navigating to carts. Okay, so this is navigating to carts, this is to the category, this is going to link us to the login page, and this is going to link us to the home page. So for our React icon, we have the cart icon here, and we're not yet imported it. So here, buy cart from React icon slash buy. We're not using this use navigate now, so I'm just going to comment this out. I'm not starting over. So this is what we have. We have the logo, we have our search inputs, we have our button icon, and all of that. So we need to style it. So the next thing we need to do now is to style our navbar. So I'll create another file in our navbar folder, and I'm going to give it navbar.css. Okay, but first we need to import our CSS file into our JSX file. So navbar.css. So we're going to start with the navbar itself. Okay, so display here, we set it to flex. Flex direction will be colon with a gap of 15 pixels, and then padding of 1.5 area with font size of 1 area. Okay, for the entire document, we want to set the body. We want to add a padding inline of 80 pixels, and the background color, we'll take this color code. That is for the entire document. Okay, back to our navbar. We need to style the nav top. So display here will be flex, and justify content will be space between. Now we have an h2 tag here at the nav top. Okay, so for nav top h2, the font size will be set to 30 pixels. What next? We have our search bar. So for the search bar, display will be flex grow by 1, and the max width will be set to 650 pixels, while the margin will be set to this value. Now we have the search inputs. So for our search inputs, display will be flex as well. Now padding, we need to start with the padding since we're working on the input. Padding will be 10 pixels. Okay, flex grow as well will be 1, and the border will have 2 pixels, sorry, with this color code. Then the border right will be none. Then the border, we're going to set it to this value. Outline will be none, or the font size, we're going to set the font size to 14 pixels. Okay, so for the search input placeholder, the text color will take this color code, and then we have the search button. So For the search button, our background color is going to take this color code, and the text color will be black. The border will be set to none, and then the padding will be 10 pixels for the height, 15 pixels for the width, and then the border radius, we're going to set it to 0, 20 pixels, 20 pixels, and then 0. The font width will be bold. So this is supposed to be border radius as well. Okay, so the font width here is bold, and the cursor will be point. And then the next thing we need to style is the icons. Okay, so you copy and then you paste it here. For the icons, display will be flex, and then align items at the center with a gap of 1 rem. And then we have icon for each of the icons. So for icons and icon, okay, the font size is going to be 35 pixels. Cursor will be pointer. And then we have the profile group. So for the profile group, position will be set to relative. And then we have the drop down menu. So in the drop down menu, we're going to add our CSS. Display will be none. Position will be absolute. Top will be 28 pixels. And then the right will take, okay, will take minus 30 pixels. Background will be white. And the border, we're going to set it to 1 pixel solid. Light gray. And then the border radius, we'll set it to 5 pixels. The width will take 150 pixels. And the padding will take 10 pixels. While the box shadow is going to take this value. 0.1. Now for the drop down menu, we only want to see this drop down menu when we hover on this user icon. Okay, so that's what we're going to do here. So when you hover on profile group, want to see our drop down menu, and then the display will be block. Next is the drop. So for the drop down item as well, you paste it here. The color will be gray. Cursor will be set to pointer, and then margin will be 5 pixels 0. Okay. Now we have cat icon. So for the cat icon, position will be set to relative. Also, we have the cat counts that would be on top of the cat icon. So for the cat count, position will be absolute. Bottom will take 15 pixels. The right will take minus 5 pixels. The color will be red. That is the text color. The text color would be white. Background will be red. So the color white with the background red, and then the border radius will be 50%, and the font size will be 0.7 rem, 0.7 em, and the padding would take 0.2 rem by 0.4 rem. Okay, and we're going to close this. And then we have the nav bottom, where we also have the nav container. So for the nav container, the display will be flex, and the gap of 30 pixels. We want it at the center, so justify content to be at the center. And then we have the navbar link. So for navbar link as well, we're going to paste this here, and then we're going to set the font size to 22 pixels, and the font weight will be 600. Okay, this is supposed to be 22, not 220. Okay, so this is what we have now. This is the navigation bar that we have. Now for all the links, we need to change the background color. Okay, not the background color, we need to change the color to black. And then text decoration, we're going to set it to none. Okay, so now we have this here. Okay, so now that we're done with styling, all right, there is a little error here. This is supposed to be after this, and this as well is supposed to be here. Okay, so I'm going to uncomment this and then use navigate. Okay, so I can handle the navigation. Okay, so if it was here as it was earlier on, it wouldn't have worked because the hook is supposed to be defined inside the React itself, not outside it. Okay, so now that we've defined it here, let us see. Now our home, we're at home, our search products. If you click on this, if you click on the account, it will take you to login, right? If you click on the cat icon here, it will take you to the cat. Now, if you click on men category, it will take you to this collection. If you click on the women category, as you can see, it's showing right here. Okay. And then if we click on kids, we're going to be in the kids category. Okay. So we need to change the font of the text. So we're going to use Google Fonts. We want to change the font of the entire text. So we're using this font actually. Oh, I don't have the font here. Okay. Then we're just going to search for the font. We'll go to Slab. This is the font that we're going to be using for this entire project. So click on Get Font. Click on this button to get the embedded code. And then you're going to copy all of this. So you open index.css. So it's going to be before any CSS, and then I'm going to paste it here. So you go back and then you're going to copy the CSS properties. So for the entire body, this is what we want to. So we set the font weight here. We're using 400. Okay, and now you can see the effect of it. Now the text is different from what we had before. We're using this font style, the Roboto Slab. So the next thing we need to work on now is to create the spinner animation such that when you click on when you're navigating or when you click on any link in the navigation bar, there will be a loading spinner at the center. So in navbar.gsx, I'm going to create the loader state. We're going to create a state variable. We'll name it loader and set a function for set loading so that we can track whether to show the logo spinner when we're navigating. So here, so here I'll create a state variable and I'm going to name it loading and the setter function for set loading, and I would initialize the states with false. And in our undo navigation function that we created earlier, we would set the set loading to true to indicate that the loader should spin when we're on a path, when we're navigating. And then we're going to use the set timeout method to set the loading to false to show that we're after 2 seconds. Okay, so that means that after when we are navigating to another page, the loader will be set to true. The loading spinner will be set to true, and after 2 seconds it will be set to false using the set timeout. Okay, so we're going to have that here. So set loading will be set to true here, and then we're going to use the set timeouts we'll use this method to set it to false. We use set loading, we'll set it to false. So after 2 seconds, so this is going to take 2000 milliseconds. So this is to simulate the 2 seconds delay. Okay, and then right here before our nav, we're going to have loading. If it is loading, and then I'll create a div tag. I'll give it a class name of loader container. Let me just give it this loader container. Close the div tag. So in between this is where we're going to have the loader spinner. So we'll have loader, and it's going to take this icon. So here we're going to have this icon, which I'm going to give a class name of loader icon. So class name will be loader icon. Okay. So when it is loading, it should display this loader icon. That is what this code is for. And it simply means that if we're navigating to a path, we want to see this loader icon. Okay, that is going to last for 2 seconds. All right. And the next thing we need to do is to import this icon right here. So we're going to import CentOS from React icons far. Okay, and then we're going to style this. So for the loader icon, so the position here will be fixed. Top will be set to 0. Left will be 0 as well. The width will take 100%, and the height will take 100% as well. Display will be flex, and then I want the spinner to be at the center. Align items at the center, and then Z index of 9999. Okay, with a background color of this color code. Okay, there should be a comma to separate this. Alright, then we need to style the loader icon itself. So you copy this, paste it here. So for the loader icon, we're going to set the font size to 60 pixels, the animation to spin for 1 second, linear infinite, and then the color will take this color code. Now we need to also get the CSS for the animation, the rotation animation. So we use the keyframe for spin. So at 0%, transform, it should rotate by 0 degrees, and then at 100%, transform, it should rotate as well by 360 degrees. Okay, let's see if our logic is working. If I click on men, this is working. If I click on women, this is working. If I click on the cat, this is working as well. Okay, back to our home page. So the next thing is our hero section. So we're going to close the navbar.css and navbar.jsx, and then so now in our hero section we're going to create hero.jsx. So refc. For the hero section we have the top and bottom. Okay, so let's start designing our UI. So here we're going to have hero top, and then after the hero top we're going to have hero bottom. On the top section we have the left and the right side. So this is going to have hero left, and this is going to have hero right. So for the left section, we have an h2 tag that is going to take this text, and then we have an h1 tag as well, and it's going to take this text as well, and then we're going to have a p text that is also going to take this text. Okay, so that is for the left section, and then for the right section, we're going to have an image. So this is the image that we want to use. So we're going to be using this image for our hero section. So I need to import this image from our asset folder, and the name of the image is woman1.png. So we're going to use curly braces here for hero image. Now we're going to, for hero bottom as well, we're going to have hero. Okay, we're creating a div tag. So for hero content, we need it in 3. Okay, so the first hero content, we're going to have the info icon, and in the info icon, we're using an icon, the shipping icon. So I'm just going to type shipping. Okay, so we're using this icon, and I'm going to give it a class name of, let me give it a class name, hero icon. Okay, and I'm going to close this tag. So after the info icon, we're going to have the details. So here you type detail. So first we have h3 tag, free shipping, and then we're going to have a p tag that is going to take free shipping on order. Okay, we're going to do the same thing here, info icon, and the second one would be worldwide delivery. So we're going to use the send icon. Okay, so I'm using this other one, and it's also going to take this class name. So you copy this and paste this here, close this. Okay, after the info icon, we're going to have the detail, just like we have it here. So the best thing is just to copy this and paste it right here, and I'm just going to edit this. So this is going to take worldwide delivery, and then the second one is going to take we deliver to all countries. So we deliver to all countries. And then for the last one, we're doing the same info icon, and the icon we're using here is the support icon. So we're using this icon. Then I'm going to copy this and paste this here, and I'm going to close this, and then we're going to have the detail as well here. So I'm just going to paste it. So I'll edit this to 247 supports, and then we're going to edit this as well to full support on process, and we need another content, hero contents. So for this other one, we have the secure payment option. So we're just going to do for info icon. So this is going to have payment icon, and we're going to use this icon, MD payment icon, and I'm going to copy this class name and I'll paste it here so that I can close this tag. We're going to create another tag for the details. Copy this, paste it here, and then we're going to edit this and change it to secure payments. And for the P tag, it's going to be your payment is secure. Okay, so this is all about our hero section. We've done the top and we've done the bottom. So if you notice, we've only imported the React icon for shipping fast and support. We need to do the same for the payments. So this is MD payments from React icons MD. And then we're going to do for send as well. Import FI send from React icon as well /FI. Okay, so the hero section is going to be in our home page. So instead of mounting in app.gsx, we're going to open, let me close this. We're going to open our home page, and then we're going to mount our hero section in our home page. So here, I'm going to mount the hero component in the home page. As you can see, it has been imported here as well. So if we check our browser now, what we're going to see in the home page is our hero section. So this is what we have in the home page. This is the hero section that we have. This is the image that we added, and this is the bottom section. So all we need to do is style it now. So in our hero folder, I'm going to create a new file, and I'm going to name it hero.css. Okay. So in our hero.gsx, we need to import our hero.css /hero.css. Okay. Okay, so the entire hero section is supposed to have a div container that is going to wrap it up. So I'm just going to wrap it here. Let me see. So this is going to be .hero, and then within this we're going to have the hero section. Okay, so let's start styling. I'm going to copy this and paste it here. So because it's a class name, I think we know that already. That is why we're using dot. Okay, so the height, I'm going to set it to 100 VH. And now for hero top, I paste this here. Display, I'm going to set display to flex, and then padding inline of 20 pixels with a gap of 20 pixels as well. Justify content, it will be space between, and then the background color is going to take this color code, while the border radius take 10 pixels. Now in the top we have the left and the right section, right? So we'll start with the left. For the hero left, the max width will be 50%, and the margin top will take 100 pixels. We have an H2 tag at the left, so I'm going to set the font size of that to 26 pixels. And also we have an H1 tag, so I'm going to set the font size of that as well. I'm going to set it to 3.5 rem, and the margin top will take 10 pixels. We also have a P tag, so for the P tag, I'm going to set the margin top to 15 pixels, and the font size of that will take 18 pixels, while the color is going to take this color code. Now we have the right section. So for the right, we'll add the CSS. The max width of the right section will take 50% as well. And then the bottom section now. Before the bottom section, at the right section, we have an image tag, right? So for hero right, the image, we need to set the width to 600 pixels. The height will be 500 pixels, and then object fits will be contain. And now we can now style the hero bottom. So for hero bottom, display will be flex, justify contents, space between, and then margin top will take 40 pixels. The width will take 100%, padding will take 25 pixels, and the border radius will take 10 pixels. Okay, and we have the content as well. So for hero content, display will be flex with a gap of 15 pixel. Then we have this info icon section. So for info icon and for the hero icon itself, the font size will take 44 pixels and the icon color will be red. And then we have this detail section here. So for detail, the font size will take for the H3 tag in detail. So this is going to be for the H3 tag in the hero content detail. Okay, so the font size of this will take 22 pixels. We also have a P tag. So for hero content, for the details and the P tag, the text color will take this color code and the font size will be 18 pixels. So this is what we have now. Okay, this is our hero section right here. And the next thing we need to do now is the best collection and other things. So I'm going to close this. Okay, I'm still going to open this. And then I'm going to close our components and pages. So in our SRC folder, we're going to create another folder for context. And this is where we're going to manage our shop context. In the context, I'm going to create a file and I'm going to name it shop context.jsx. The shop context is basically a context provider that holds and share data related to products, cart items, etc. across different components in the application. Okay, so in this shop context, we're going to manage everything that has to do with what we're trying to build. So the shop context acts as a central place to manage and store states. So any component that is wrapped around the shop context can access and modify the data without having to pass it down as props. Okay, so before we start working on the shop context, we'll head over to the main.jsx because we need to wrap our app. We need to wrap the shop context around our app. So here we're going to have shop context provider around here, but we need to work on it here first. So I'm going to start by importing create context hook, use state hook to manage states, and then the use effects for side effects. So here I'm going to import create context, and then we're going to have use states and use effects. And then the next thing is to create our shop context. Okay, so here we're going to create our shop context right here. So const shop context equals create context. Okay, I'm going to add exports here so that other application can have access to it, other components, other pages can have access to the shop context. Okay, and then the next step now is to create our shop, is to define a context provider function. So I'm going to name it shop context provider, and then we're going to wrap it around the application. So let me just show you what I mean. So here we're going to have shop context provider. Okay, so after we've created it, this is going to wrap around the entire application, and also we're going to import the context provider function that we just created now. So export const shop context provider. Okay, so this is supposed to be default. Okay, shop context provider. So now that we're done doing that, we are now going to start returning, and then we're going to work on every other logic that's going to be needed here. So the first thing is to import our products that we want to manage here. So we have it here in our asset folder, our product array. Okay, we're going to import it here. Import products from asset folder and the assets. Okay, I said earlier that we're going to wrap our entire application. We're going to wrap the shop context around our entire application. So that's what we're going to do here now. So we'll open this tab, shop context provider, and then we're going to wrap this entire application, and we'll paste this here. So the shop, we've wrapped our app around the shop context provider so that every component and pages in the app can have access to shop context provider. Okay, so I can now close this now, and then we've imported our products array from our asset folder. And then the next thing we need to do is to return our shop context dot provider. So this is going to take shop context dot provider, and it's going to take children. I'm going to pass children here as props as well. Okay, so our shop context dot provider is going to receive value as well. So here I'm just going to define the value that would pass to it. So the values that we're going to pass here are going to be values like theta function, state variables, and other functions. Okay, so now we need to create a state variable to manage our products and to update our product as well. So I'm going to create a state variable and I'm going to name it product, and I'm also going to create a theta function which I'm going to name set products that will update the product state variable, and we're going to be using our products array. Okay, so here we're going to have state variable for products, theta function for set products. Okay, products with an S, and the use states, we're going to be using the products from our product array. Okay, so we're going to pass the value here as well. I said earlier that the values that we're going to be passing here, so we're passing the product value. Okay, now in our shop context dot provider, we're going to pass value. Okay, so every app, every component pages that's wrapped around this application that shop context is wrapped around can have access to these products. Okay, so we're using this shop context to manage our entire application. Also, we need to set the currency that we're going to be using. So this is going to be dollars. We're setting this currency to dollars. So I'm going to pass this here as well in the value so that other application can have access to the currency. Okay, so I'm going to close this. Now we can now start working on the, let me close this as well, the latest collection components. Okay, so our latest collection actually consists of the best collection, basically the bestseller. So I'm creating bestseller.gsx. So refc here. Okay, so for our bestseller, which is also the latest collection, we need to access our product first from shop context. So this is products. So use context. So what we're doing now is that we're extracting our products from shop context. So from shop context, okay, so the bestseller product is going to consist of the first 4 products. Okay, and then we're also checking if we're using use effects. Okay, so here open your curly braces, const the best products should be equal to our products that we extracted from shop context dot filter, and then we're passing item, and then we want to check if the item dot bestseller okay, and then we want to set bestseller. So if the item here, we're creating a variable for best products, and this is what we want. We want to filter items. We want to filter the products where the item the best seller of the item is considered to be true. Then we need to create a state variable to manage the best seller and to create a setter function also for set best seller. So here, set variable best seller, setter function set best seller, and our use states will be an empty array. Okay, so right here we're setting the best seller to best products dot slice 0 to 4. So all we did right here is that we're setting our best seller to the first 4 products. Okay, that we're filtering here. We're filtering our products that the best seller is set to true. And then for the best product, we want to make sure that we want to display the first 4 products. So that's why we're setting our best seller to the first 4 products whose best seller is set to true. And then here we're going to pass, and then we're going to pass products as the dependency array here, so that every time the use effects runs, the product is going to be changed every time. Okay, so after all of this, we need to work on the UI. Okay, so I'm going to create a div tag with a class name of product container. So in our product container, we're going to have the list header. So in the list header, I'm going to have an h1 tag for best collection. And then we're going to have an HR tag. And I'll give it a class name of divider. Okay, so after this, we need to create another div tag for product grid. This is going to display the grid. And now we're going to map over this best seller. Remember that we've set the best seller to the first 4 products that matches with this here, that matches with this condition that we set here. So we're going to map over the best seller. So here, best seller, we need to check if it's, we need to, before mapping, we need to write a logic to ensure that if the product is greater than 0, then we're going to map over the best seller. But if it is equal to 0 or less than 0, it should display that no product is found in the category. So we're using the length. So if this is greater than 0, we're going to show this. Else, we're going to show this. Okay. So else, we're going to show that. So here I want to show that no product is found in this category. Okay, and then right here we want to show, we're going to map over our bestseller. So bestseller.map, and then we're going to pass products. So we'll continue with our UI design. Div, close this div tag here. So the first div, I'll give you the class name of product card and a key. The key will be the products, and we want to get the products based on the ID. So this will be .id. So in our products card, we're going to have our product image. Okay, so here we're going to have the image, and then we'll replace this with the curly braces. So this will be product dot image. Our image is stored in form of an array so that we can add more products, but we're using the first image in the array. Okay, and also our product is going to, if we click on the product image, we want to be able to see the product details. Okay, so I'm going to write the logic here. We're going to use the link tag from React Router DOM. So the product image will be in between the link tag, and then this should lead us to So we use backticks, and then we're going to have / products / we use a $sign, open another curly braces, product dot underscore ID. Okay, so what this link tag is doing is that we want to be able to view our product details based on ID when we click on the image. Okay, so we're done with the product image, and we're going to have the product name. So I'm going to have an H3 tag here, open curly braces, product dot name, and then we're going to have the price tag as well for products dot price, and we're going to have a $sign here. Okay, so this is for the best products, and then our bestseller, we're going to mount it in our own page. So we're going to mount bestseller in the home page. So this is what we have now. We have 4 products here that we're using for our bestseller, and they match the filter method that we did earlier. So the next thing we need to do now is to style the bestseller. So we'll go to our index.css. I'm sure you must be wondering why I am styling the bestseller in index.css. You're going to understand soon, because we're going to apply the same style with our collection, and we're going to apply the same style with the home collection. So it's best to style it in our global CSS. So we'll start with the product container. I'm going to set the margin top to 50 pixels, and then the list header has an H1 tag. So for the list header, we're going to set the font size to 38 pixels, and we're going to set the font weight to bold. That is for the H1 tag. And then we have the divider. So we're going to start the product grid. So for the product grid, as the name implies, the display is going to be grid. So grid template column, we want to display 4 on each column, and then we're going to have a gap of 20 pixels between each of the products, and the column gap. Okay, so the column gap is going to take 10 pixels. Justify contents at the center, and then margin top should take 30 pixels. And the next thing we're going to do now is to style the product card. So for our product card as well, we're going to set the width to 250 pixels, and the border will take 1 pixel solid with this color code. The padding will take 10 pixels. Text will be at the center. Position will be set to relative. Overflow will be hidden. And then the transition, we're going to add transition on the box shadow for 0.3 seconds. Is okay. So when you hover on the product card, we need to add that effect as well. So if you hover on the product card, our box shadow is going to take this value, 4 pixels, 12 pixels, with this color code. And then we're going to style the product image. So for the product image container, position will be relative, and then for the image itself, the width will occupy 100% of our product card container, and we're going to set the height to 260 pixels, transform, and scale of 0.8, and then we're going to add transition and the transform property here, 0.5. 5 seconds is as well. So if you hover on the products image, so I'm just going to copy this and paste it here to work on the over effect transform. So I want it to enlarge by 1. Initially it's set to 0.8, so if you hover on it, it's going to increase to 1. So what next? We have an H3 tag in the products card and a P tag as well. So we need to style that too. For products card, for the H3 tag here, we're going to set the font size to 20 pixels. And then the margin 5 pixels by 0. And the margin bottom will take 10 pixels. And then the P tag, the font size is going to take 20 pixels. And the text color will be red. Or the padding bottom will take 15 pixels. So this is the guest collection here. This is our image. You can hover on it. Okay, this is the name, the product name, and the price as well. So this is looking all good. Now we need to work on the home collection. Okay, so now to our home collection, I'm going to create a file and I'm going to name it home collection.gsx. So if you open this REFC, the shortcut, and then our UI is also going to be the same as the bestseller UI. Okay, but before that, we need to work on our logic. First, we need to extract our products from shop context. So here we're going to have use context, and the context we want to use is from shop context. Okay, and we also need to create a state variable that would manage the home product and the setter function to update the home product. So here we're going to create a state variable for home products and a setter function for set home products. And then the use state, we're going to initialize this with an empty array. So for the home product, for the products that will be in our home collection, we want to make sure that we have the first 10 products in our product array. So we use the use effects to create the function. So we're going to set our home product to the first 10 products. So here products.slice, we use the slice method to get the first 10 products. And then we're going to pass the dependency array as products right here. Okay, so I said earlier that our UI is going to be the same thing as the home collection. So I'm just going to come here and copy. Let me reduce this a little. So I'm going to come here and just copy what we have here, and we can just tweak a little. So I'll paste this here. Okay, we have a little issue. Let's see what we have. So we're going to close this div tag. Okay, so this is lacking a closing tag. That is why we have the error. Okay, here I'm just going to change this best to our collection. At bestseller, we are mapping over bestseller. Okay, so but for home collection, we need to map over our own products here because we have updated our own products with the first 10 products using the slice method. So here, what we want to map on is going to be the home products. Okay, so just like the code for the bestseller, we're checking, the first line is to check if the home product is greater than 0, like if any of the products is available, then it should map over the home product. And if it is not available, it should display that no product is found in this category. Okay, so this is a very simple method, and then we have this right here. So we need to mount our home products, our home collection in our home page. Okay, so now we can now check our browser to see what we've done. Okay, also we need to import. Remember that here we're using the link tag from React Router DOM. Okay, so that when the user clicks on the product image, they are going to see the detail of the product. Okay, so here I'm going to import link from React Router DOM. Okay, so this is what we have now. You know, earlier I said that I styled the bestseller in index.css because I want to ensure that every other components or pages that is going to use this particular CSS property can have access to it. So that is why I styled it here. So if you check here now, we don't need to style the home collection again and again because we have the CSS property in our index.css. Okay, so we have our hero section already, we have our test collection, and we have our collection. So also in the code, I said if we click on the image, we are going to see the product details. Okay, it's going to lead us to our product details page. So if I click on this, we're seeing our product details page. Okay, and if we click on the logo, it's going to lead us to the home page. If you click on this, it's going to lead us to the collection page based on the category, right? So the next thing we need to work on now is the collection page so that we can display each of the products in different categories. So that when a user clicks on men, they should only see products that are in men category. If they click on women, they should see products that are in women category. If they click on kids, they should see products that are in kids category. Okay, so let's do that. So I'm going to close all of this. Okay, I'm going to close, and then I'm going to open the collection. Okay, so for our collection as well, the collection is, we want to view each product in the collection based on their category, right? So first off, we need to get the category from the URL params. Okay, so here, let me import the necessary things. So imports, okay, that's a mistake. Imports use params from React Router DOM. I'm also going to use link as well. I've imported that. And then we need to extract our product from our shop context. Okay, so here we need to have const products. Okay, so equals use context, and this is going to be shop context. Okay, we're extracting our products from shop context. Okay, and now the next step is to get the category from the URL params, like I said earlier. So here const category equals use params. And the very next step is to filter products based on the selected category, such that when you click on men, it should display products that their category matches men. Okay, so we need to filter products based on the selected category. So const here, filtered products should be equal to products.filter. We're going to use the filter method, products.filter. We're filtering the products that were extracted from our shop context. Okay, and then we're going to pass products. So I want to check products.category to lowercase, that's to lowercase. Okay, we're missing an A here. I want to check if it's equal to category, that's to lowercase as well. Okay, let me close this so that we can see all of this. We're creating a variable for filtered products, and what we're storing in this variable is the products that we're filtering. What we're storing here is the products that were filtered. We're filtering the products based on their category. Okay, the products that were extracted from our shop context, that's what we're filtering based on the category. Okay, so now that we're done with this, we need to define the images for each category. Remember that at the beginning we have images that we're going to be showing for, we have banner images that we're going to be showing for each category. So here const banner images will be equal to, we're going to have for men, and then we're going to have the image, we're going to have for women as well. We're going to have the images, and then we're going to have for kids, and we're going to have the images. Okay, so first thing, we need to import all of those images. So this is for kids banner, we have for women banner, and we have for men wear banner as well. So right here, we're going to import women wear from our asset folder, and then we want to import women banner dot png. Okay, and also we're going to do the same thing for men. So import men wear from the asset folder slash men wear dot png, and then we're going to import kids banner as well. So this is going to be kids wear. We're using an underscore for everything. So let it rhyme. Dot forward slash from our asset folder slash the name is kids banner. So we're going to have it here kids banner dot png. Okay, so I'm just going to close this. So here we're going to have for men, we're going to have men wear. For women, we're going to have women wear. And then for kids as well, we're going to have kids wear. Okay. Okay, so the next step is to design the UI section. Okay, so we're going to start with the banner section. Okay, so I'm going to create a div tag with the class name of banner. So for this banner section, we're going to map over the banner images based on the category. So this is going to be banner images for category. And then we're going to return the image tag. So here, what we are doing basically is to, let me finish this code. Okay, it's now double. So here we're using a ternary operator to check if the banner images matches with the category. Okay, so this is supposed to be in form of an array. This is also supposed to be in form of an array. Okay, so that is basically what we're doing. So if the banner images matches the category, then we want to display the image. So here we're going to have src, and then we'll replace this with a curly braces. So this is going to take banner images based on the category, and then our alt will be equal to banner image. Okay, so we have an error. This is supposed to be outside, not inside the src, not inside the source itself. So here, if the banner image does not match the category, it should display that no image matches the category. Okay, so this is for the banner section. Now we need to do for our product grid. The product grid is going to have the same thing as our bestseller. That is, it's going to take the same logic as the bestseller. So I'm just going to come here, and then I'll copy this. Then I'll paste this here, and I'm just going to adjust little things. So for bestseller, we're mapping over bestseller, right? But for our collection, we're going to map over our filtered products. Okay, so I'm going to copy filtered products, and then instead of bestseller here, I'm just going to paste this here. Okay, so we're mapping over filtered products, and here I explained earlier that what we store inside this filtered products is the products that matches the. So this first line is to check if the filtered product is greater than 0. If we have more products that matches with the filtered product, and if it is more than 0, we want to display this filtered product here. And if it is less, we want to display that no product is found in this category. And remember that I have already styled the CSS here in our index.css right here. So let's test if this is working. So let's test if this is working. If I click on men, we should So if we check this, we should see this banner here. Although we're yet to style the banner, we're yet to add the width and height, but we should see all the products that matches with the category. Okay, so everything that's displayed here matches with the main category. So let me just style. So if we click on women as well, this is loading for 2 seconds. We should see for women fashion as well, everything here matches with the women category. And then if we click on the kids, this is also matching with the kids category. Okay, so let's just style this banner here. So we'll come back to our collection, and then for our banner image, back to index.css, banner image, we're going to set the width to this value. Okay, so this is what we have. If we click on men, this is it. If we click on women, this is what we have. If we click on kids, this is what we have. Okay, so everything is looking all good. If you click on this, if you click on the image, it will take you to the product details, right? Click on the logo, it will take you back to the home page. So now that we're done with our collection, the best collection and all of that, the next thing we need to work on, if we click on men, we can search. We should be able to search for products in any of the category. Okay, so we need to work on our search input right here. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to close index.css. I'm going to close bestseller as well. Now we need to manage our search in our shop context. Okay, so I'm going to create a new state that will manage the search term. So here I'm going to create the search term state variable. Oh, Ctrl Z, Ctrl Z. Okay, this is going to take search term state variable and then a setter function to manage to update the search term when user enters a value. So use state here, we're going to set it to empty. So by default, this is going to be empty. The search term is going to be empty. And then we're going to create a function that would update the search term every time the user enters a new term. So here we're going to have function updates search term. This is an arrow function, and I'm going to pass them as the parameter. So here we want to update the search term to the term that the user would enter. Okay, and in the value here, we're going to pass the search term and also the function that would update the search term every time the user enters a new term. So we're passing the value here so that other components can have access to it. Okay, so we're going to open our navbar components. Let me close this assets folder. So in the navigation bar component, this is where we want to get, well, we have the logic already to get search term and also update our search term. Now in our navbar, we need to also write another logic that's going to accept terms in search inputs. Okay, so I'm creating a state variable for search inputs and a setter function to set search inputs, and then the use state for this is going to be initialized with empty as well, with empty text. Okay, and now we're going to create another function that is going to undo the update search term. Okay, so I said earlier on that I passed this value here, update search term, so that other components can have access to it, can have access to the function, right? So we need to extract it from here. We need to extract it from here. So we need to get the update search term from our use. So here, use context. We're getting this from shop context, right? So now after this, we're going to create another function right here to undo the search. This is going to be an arrow function, and then we're going to update our search term by the search inputs. Okay. Now, to make it make sense, we're going to head over to, let me close this, our inputs tag itself. Okay, so we're going to pass the value. So the value that our input tag is going to take is going to be our search inputs, right? And then we're going to use the onChange method to, we'll use this event here, and then we're going to call the search set inputs, and we're going to update it by the target e.target dot value, or e.target dot value. Okay, and then for the button is what is going to undo the search here. So this undo search for the button here, we're going to have an on click, and we're going to pass this undo search. Okay. So here we created a state variable that's going to manage the search input, whatever our user enters. And then we created a function here to undo the search by updating the search term with our search inputs. And then in the input field itself, the value is going to be the search input. And we're using the onChange method here. Sorry, Ctrl Z. We're using the onChange method here to update the search input by our target, which is the value. The event, when you click on the input, you're creating an event. So we're updating the event by the target and the value. And then the button itself is going to handle the search. So, and the onClick function, when you click on the button, is going to undo the undo search function. So that is why we have an onClick method here, and we pass the undo search to it. Okay, now what we're searching in the collection, right? So we'll head back to our collection. So we'll open our collection. Remember that we've created filtered products here, right? So we also need to extract search term here, SEAR. So we need to get search term from our use context, right? Okay, as I was saying, we have already filtered our products here. We want to display the filtered product based on the category. Also, we also need to display, now we need to filter also based on the product name. If the user searches, we want to display based on the product name. Okay, that is included in our search term. Okay, so here, what we're going to do is to use this statement here. So we're going to have products dot name dot to lowercase dot includes into search term dot to lowercase. Okay, so what our filter product here is doing two things. We're filtering products based on their category, such that when the user clicks on it, is going to display products based on category in the collection page. And also, we also want to display products based on their name when our user searches for them in the search term. Okay, so let's test if our idea is working. If I click on men, okay, let's search for products that has slim in it. Any product, this has no slim, this does not have slim, this does not have slim. Okay, so I'm just going to type in slim here. If I click on search, I should have products. It should filter products that only have slim in it. Okay, so our idea here is working. In the women's section as well, let's say we're looking for products that have jackets. Let's say we want to look for product that has jackets. If we click on search, we should only have products that the name matches with jackets. Okay, so that is what we're just doing here. Now our search function is working. Okay, so back here, so our collection, the search term is working in the collection. So now that we're done with this, the next thing we need to do is to create our login page. So I'm going to close our shop context. I'm going to close in the navigation bar. Remember that we have created, we've set up our route to the login page here, right? So let us create the login page itself. So in the pages, let me close out the components. Now in the pages, we're going to create our login page right here. So this login page actually is going to contain login and sign up. Okay, so the first thing we need to do is to create a state variable to manage our current states and also a setter function to update the current state. So here I'm going to create a state variable, current states, and then a setter function set current states. So here use states would be login. So by default we want to be on the login page. Okay, this is what this line means. Now for our UI, we're going to let's design this. This is going to be a form, right? So I'm going to give it a class name of alt form, something like this. So in the form, we're going to have the form header, div for form header. So in the form header, we're going to have a p tag for our form title, and our form title is going to be our current state. Okay, we're here to define which is our current state, which is the login. Okay, so immediately after the form header, we're going to have our inputs, and the first input is going to take text. Okay, so here I'm just going to delete this. The class name will be form inputs, and then the placeholder will be name. That is for the form, and it's going to be required. Okay, so the second input field is going to be for email. The class name is going to be the same thing with this. So I'm just going to copy this, all of this. Let me just copy this, and then I'm going to paste it here. So here, this is going to take email, and the third one is going to be for password. Okay, so I'm going to copy this input here and paste it here. So this is going to be the type. We're going to set it to password, and here as well password, and it is required also. Okay, so after all of the inputs, we're going to have our form footer. So for form footer, oh, okay, dot form underscore footer. Okay, we're going to have a p tag with a class name of forgot password. It's going to have forgot password. Okay, so after the form footer, we're going to have the button with a class name of form button. So now we're going to use the ternary operator to check if it's the current state. So if current state is equals to login, we want the button to display sign in, and if it is not, we want the button to display sign up. Okay, this is supposed to be 3. Okay, so for this button here, actually, if the current state is login, which we have initialized here, we want the button to display sign in, and if it is not login, we want the button to display sign up. Okay, so after I forget password as well, we want to display to either create an account or to log in here if you are in any of it. So we're going to check as well if the current state is equal to login. We'll use the ternary operator to display login, to display create account, and also to display login here. Okay, so this first one here, I'll press enter, and this is going to take a p tag, and it's going to have create account. And the second one as well is going to have a p tag, and it's going to have login here. Okay, and then in our p tag we use an onClick function to we'll create an array function here. So here we're going to have, we want to set the current state to sign up. Okay, and for this as well, I'm just going to copy this instead of having to type. So for this other one, we're going to have login. Okay, so here we are using the onClick function. If it's to create an account, then it should set the current state to sign up. And if it is to log in here, it should update the current state to the login state. So that's what we're doing there. We need to create a class name for this p tag. So I'm going to give it a class name of toggle alt states. I'm going to copy this, and then I'm going to paste it here as well. So this is what we have. Now for the login and the sign up, in our login page, the state that is managing the login, we do not want to show the name. We only want to show the email and password, and then this button. Okay, so right here we're going to use ternary operator again to check if the current state is equals login. Then it should display null. If it is not, it should display this name. Okay, it should display the name input field. Okay, so if the current state is none, is login, it should display none, and if it is not, it should display the name. That is, if it's a sign up, it should display the name and every other thing, every other property that is in our UI. Okay, so now let's check our login page itself and see if all of this is working. So this is our login page now. If you click on create account, it's going to show you the sign up. If you click on login, it's going to show you login. So we are going to start this now. So in my folder, the login folder, I'm going to create login.css. Okay, but first we need to import our CSS file into our JSX file. So now let's start. We're going to start with the form itself. I'll copy this and paste it here. So display here will be flex direction. I'll set it to colon, and then I want all the items at the center. So align item at the center with a width of 90%, and the max width will go for 24 rem, and the margin will take 3.5 rem also, with a gap of 1 rem, and the color will take this color code. And then we're going to style the form header. So for the form header, display will be inline flex. I want the item at the center as well. Align item at the center, and a gap of 0.5 rem with a margin top. Margin top of 2.5 rem. Then we have our form title. For the form title, we're going to have the font size to be 1.875 rem. Now we'll start with our form inputs. So for the form inputs, so we'll set the width to 100%, and then padding will take 0.5 rem for height, 0.75 rem for the width, and then the border we're going to set 1 pixel solid with this color code. and the border radius will take 4 pixels. Okay, so the next thing we have after our form input, we have this. We have the form footer. Okay, so I'm just going to copy this. Then I'm going to paste this here. So for form footer, display would be flex, and then the width will take 100%. Justify contents will be space between. The font size is going to be 0.875 rem, and the margin top would take minus 0.5 rem. Okay, we're going to style this as well for the forget password. So I'm going to paste this in the CSS as well. We're styling this, okay. So cursor will be pointer. For this text as well, cursor would also be pointer. So I'm just going to paste this, put a comma, add a comma to this, and cursor of this will be pointer as well. So let me add these dots. Now for the bottom section, which is the button, I'm just going to copy this as well, paste it here. So the background color is going to take this color code, and the text color will be white. The font width will be 300, and the padding we're going to have 0.5 rem for the height and 2 rem for the width, and margin top will take 1 rem. Border will be none. Border radius, we're going to set this to 4 pixels, and our cursor will be set to pointer. Okay, so now that we're done with this, let us view it on our browser, and this is what we have here. Okay, so this is looking all good. Okay, so this is what we have back to our home page. We still have all of this working, and then the very next thing we need to do is to work on is our product details. So we need to work on our product details such that when user clicks on the image, they should see the detail of the products. Okay, so let's work on that now. I'm going to close the login, close the home, and now for product details. Okay, so the first thing we need to do here is to extract the products and currency from shop context. Okay, so right here we're going to extract our products, const, products, currency, and then use context would be from shop context. Okay, shop context has been imported. Just in case if yours doesn't work, just import it manually. Okay, and then the very next thing we're going to do is to extract the route parameter from product ID using use params. Okay, we need to extract the route parameter. Okay, so that's the very next thing we'll do here. Const product ID, because use params from React router DOM. Okay, and then the next step we're going to take is to create a state variable, and we're going to name it product data that will store the current product details. Okay, and a setter function as well that would always update the product detail when the product changes. So, and we're going to initialize that with false. So I'm creating a state variable for product data and a setter function sets product data, and we're going to initialize the states with false. Okay, and the very next thing we're going to do is to create another state variable for image to store the currently selected image products, the currently selected product image to display as our main image. Alright, so here we're creating another state variable for image, a setter function sets image, and the use state for this as well, we're going to set it to empty, and we're going to do the same thing for size, so that we're going to create a state variable that will track the selected size. So okay, now caps lock, const size, set a function, set size, and then the use state here as well is going to be empty. Okay, so now that we're done with our state variables and all of that, the next step we're going to do is to create an asynchronous function, and within the function we would map over the product array that we've extracted from shop context to find the product that matches with product ID. So let me show you what I mean. I'm going to create an asynchronous function and I'm going to name it fetch product data async. So within this function, we want to map over products that we've extracted from shop context. I'm going to pass item here, and then we're going to use an if statement to check the item that matches the item with the ID that matches the product ID. Okay, so I use an if statement here. I want to check item that matches with product ID. Okay, and then we're going to set our product data to that item, and also we're going to set our image to the item dot the first image. Okay, remember that we stored our image in form of an array, and to access objects in array, to access data in array rather, you're going to use the first one is going to be 0, right? So that is what we're trying to do here. Once we find a match here, if this is correct, we're setting the product data with the item, and then we're initializing the first image of the product as the default display image. Okay, and then the very next thing that we're going to do is to check. The very next thing we're going to do is we need to ensure that fetch product data runs whenever the product ID and product itself changes. That is, when we want to view a different product, okay, we need to make sure that the fetch product data runs again. So we're going to use the use effect hook and pass product ID and product as dependency array. Let me show you what I mean right here. So here, use effect, sorry, that was a mistake. So use effects, then we're going to call fetch product data to ensure that it runs again. So whenever fetch product data runs again, this dependency array, product ID and products would run again. Okay, so now that we're done with all of these, the next thing we need to work on is our UI. Okay, so I'm going to start by creating a div tag with a class name of product container. In the product container, we're going to have two divs for the product content and the second div would be for the review. Okay, so this would be description, review section, something like that. Okay, we're going to start with the product contents. In the product contents, we're going to have the product image section on the left, the images, while the product info on the right. So here we're going to have product images, and then we're going to have product info on the right. So we start from the left. We need the thumbnail container first, and in the thumbnail container we're going to map over our product and the images. Okay, so product data dot image, what we're mapping over is the image, because if you remember, we stored our images in form of array so that we can add as many images as possible. Okay, and then you use the image tag. It's a self-closing tag. So the class name here will be thumbnail. and then the source will be the item, while the key here is going to be index. Okay, and then if our user clicks on any of the images in the thumbnail, we want to set, we're creating a function, we want to set the image to the item. Okay, so for this one right here, we're going to have about, let me open the products again, the product array again. So this is the product array, right? This is the image here. Okay, I think I'm going to use the second example. We have 4 images here, right? So what we're doing here is that we're mapping over all of these 4 images to display them, and then we're using an onClick such that when the user clicks on any of this image, be it the second, the third, it should show in the main image container. Okay, we're going to work on that now. And basically, that's just it. And the key, we've passed the key as index, and that is it. Now, after the thumbnail container, we need the main image container. So in the main image container, I'm creating, so for the source is going to be the image. Okay, and then the class name as well is going to be main image, because this is our main image. So that is it. So after the main image container, we need the product info as well. So I'll create an h1 tag here with a class name of product name, and our product name is going to take products. Okay, so I skipped here. Product data dot name. After the h1 tag, we need an hr tag that will serve as a divider. So I'm going to give it a class name of product divider. Okay, so after that, we need the product price as well. So I'll create a p tag, and I'm going to give it a class name of product price. Okay, so remember that we extracted currency earlier, so we're going to use currency because we want to get the currency that we're using for the product, and then we also need the product price. Okay, so this is going to be product data dot price, and then the next thing here is going to be the product description. So I'll create another p tag with a class name of product description. So here we're going to have product data dot description. Okay, so after the product description, we need the selector. User needs to select their size. Okay, so we're going to create a div tag with a class name of size selector. In the size selector, okay, this is supposed to be set, or as you know, we call it a Z. Guys, please do not forget to subscribe. Seriously, do not forget to subscribe. Please do me very big favor of subscribing. Thank you if you've done that, and if you have not, please subscribe. All right, let's continue. I'll create a p tag, and here would have select size. So after the select size, we need the size buttons, right? So I'll create another div tag for size buttons. In the size button container, we need to map over all of the sizes. This is it here. We need to map over all of the sizes. Okay, so here we're going to have product data dot sizes dot map, and then we're going to pass item and the unique index to uniquely identify each of the size, and then we're going to create a button tag where we're going to pass item. Okay, so here we're going to pass item, but we need to work on the logic for the button. The key is definitely going to be index, and then we'll use an click function to call the set size, and we want to set the size to the item. Now we'll give this a class name. Okay, it should be out of this. Okay, so I'm going to give this a class name, and then I'm going to use backtick to define this logic. Oh, come on, class name. So I'm using a backtick here. Let me close up this so that you can see it better. So we can have a larger screen to be precise. Okay, so if the size button, so for size button, and then we're going to have item is equals to size, and then we're going to have active size, or we're going to have nothing. Okay, so let me explain this. Okay, I think we have an error. Okay, this is supposed to be wrapped in a curly braces. Okay, so our error is gone. So we're checking for the size button right here that we've defined it. So if what we're using here is a ternary operator, we want to check if the item is equal to the size, then it's going to, that means if you click on a size, then we want to show that, okay, this is the active size. And if the user doesn't click on any one, it should just show empty. Okay, so that's basically what we did there. Okay, then the next thing we're going to do is to create an HR tag and an horizontal line tag for product divider, the divider, and then I'll create another div tag for product policy. So we're going to have just 3 policies, and the first one is going to be free delivery. The second is going to be seamless and secure payment. Oh, come on, I made a mistake. Okay, so I'm just going to do this. We need 3, not 4. And the last one is going to be several payment options available. Alright, so after all of this, then we're going to create a button tag. So for button, with a class name of, this is going to be the add to cart button. And here we're going to have add to carts. Okay, so this is everything we have in the content section of the products container. Then we'll come back to the reviews. Okay, so for the description and review section, we're going to have a div tag for tabs. So in the tab section, we're going to have the bold tag for tab. I want to know which one is the active tab. So I'm going to be the description. And then we're going to have another p tag for tab reviews. Okay, so after all of this, we need the description content. So I'll create a div tag, description content. So I'm just going to create 2 p tags, and the first one is going to take this, the second one as well is going to take this as well. So that's what we have for the description and all of that. Now let's see if our code is actually working. Okay, so this code is not working. Let's see. Error is your friend as a developer, so be ready for errors. So now click on your console. Okay, showing us the cannot read property details, properties of, okay, cannot read product details, properties of undefined reading map. Okay, let us see what is the issue. All right, so here when we created the state variable for product data, we initialized it with false. That means we don't want to display anything on the screen. Okay, so we need to ensure that if truly the product data exists, that means if any product matches with our product ID, the products that we're trying to see, we want to be able to set it to true. Okay, initially the product data is set to false. Okay, we've used this asynchronous function here to map over all of the product, and then we're using an if statement to check if the item.id matches with this particular product ID. Then we want to set the product data to the item. Okay, so because this is initialized with false, nothing is going to show here. Now we need to write this logic. So if product data exists truly, then it should display the entire product container. And if it doesn't, so here, this is a ternary operator. We'll use a div tag to show that no product matches with the product ID. Okay, now if we check our code, everything is working, which means that the product, after mapping from the products that we extracted from our shop context, it matches with the product ID. Okay, so let me see for women as well. Let's see, let me click on this. You can see this is working perfectly well. Let me see for kids. So I was going to type kids. So for kids, this is also working. Okay, we have all of these images complete. That's why we have 5 images. Okay, so we're going to style it now, and you're going to see what our product detail is going to look like. So right here, let me open my Explorer. I'm going to create another file, and I'll give you the name product details.css. And then here, I'm going to import ./product details.css. Okay, now let's start styling. We're going to start with product container, right? So I'll copy this, paste it here. Padding top will take 10 pixels. Opacity will be 1. And then the next thing is going to be our product contents. So for product contents, display will be flex, right, with a gap of 40 pixels. And the very next thing we have is the product images. So for product images, display would also be flex. Flex direction in this case will be column with a gap of 3 pixels and a max width of 50%. Alright, and the very next thing is the tom container, which contains the 4 other images. So for the tom container, display will be flex. Justify content, space between, overflow on x-axis will be auto. Alright, and then the margin top is going to be 10 pixels. And then we also have a class name here for each of the images in the thumbnail container. The class name is thumbnail. So for thumbnail, the width we take 24%, flex shrink by 0, and then our cursor will be pointer. Now for the main image container, the width is going to be 100%, width 100%. Okay. Okay, let me align this properly. And then we have the main image itself. So for main image, the width will take 100%, and the height will be auto. Now for our product info, the flex by 1, and then our max width is going to be 50%. Now we have product name in the product info container. So for product info and product name, the font width will be 500 and the font size will be 2 rem. Margin top will be 10 pixels. Guys, how is this pronounced? Is it 2 rem or 2 rem? Somebody should please drop the pronunciation as it is pronounced in the comment section. I don't know how it is pronounced actually. I say 2 rem, sometimes I say 2 rem, but I hope you guys understand though. Okay, so after our product image, product name, we need the product price. So for product price, margin top is going to take 20 pixels, and then the font size is going to take 1.875 rem. Font width will take 500. And then we have our product description. For the product description, margin top as well will take 20 pixels, and the color will be green. Okay, then we have the size selector as well. We need to style this also. So for the size selector, margin offset to 30 pixels by, okay. Now we have the size buttons. Alright. For this, display will be set to flex with a gap of 5 pixels. Now we have the button itself. The border, we need to set it by 1 pixel solid. Padding will take 10 pixels for the height, 15 pixels for the width, and then the background color will take this color code F3, F3, F3. Okay, now for the active size, right, that was defined here, the logic that we did here. Okay, for size button, active size, we want the border color to be red. Okay, after that we have our, okay, I missed this product divider here, so I'm going to style it here as well. So product divider, margin top will take 30 pixels. Okay, and then we have the product policy. For product policy, margin top, oh come on, margin top will be 20 pixels. And then the color will be set to gray. Font size will be set to this value. Display will be flex. And then flex direction will be column with a gap of 5 pixels between each of them. Okay, so after this we have the add to cart button. For the add to cart button, the background color is going to be black, and then the text color will be white. Padding will take 15 pixels for height, 80 pixels for the width, while the font size will take 0.875 rem. Cursor definitely pointer, and then the border radius will be 10 pixels. Margin top will be 15 pixels. Okay, so we have the description review section. And so for this section, the margin top here, we set it to 50 pixels. And then we have what else? Let's see, we have the tabs section. Display here will be flex. And we have the tab itself. So the border around the tab should take 1 pixel solid. The padding will take 10 pixels, 15 pixels. That is for the width and height. And then the font size will take 0.875 rem. And then we have the description content. The border around this should be set to 1 pixel solid. Padding of 20 pixels. The color of gray, that is the text color. Margin top of 10 pixels. Display, flex direction, column with a gap of 10 pixels. Okay, so let's check our code. Oh, okay. So this is supposed to be displayed in column reverse. Let us adjust this. So product details for the thumbnail, not for the images, column reverse. We want this in reverse. All right, so this is okay. If you click on this, you see this here. If you click on this, you see this here. Click on this, you're seeing it in the main image. All right, what else do we need to adjust here? Okay, the sizes are not coming up. Okay, so the issue is this is not supposed to be the curly braces. This is supposed to be in normal brackets. Okay, let's see now. Okay, so this is working. If you click on it, this is what you get. All right. Okay, we still need to adjust the CSS code too. So for the selector button on pixel solid, let me just use a darker color. I mean, use black. Oh, no. Okay, so 1 pixel solid black. This is looking good. And also, we're just going to increase this to like 14 pixels, and this should take like 17 pixels. And then the margin top, let's just add something like 5 pixels. Okay, let's see. Okay, this is looking good. This is looking better. All right, so let's see it. If you click on this, this is what you have. If you click on this, so our product detail page is looking okay and good. So we can just view any product of our choice. Okay, kids fashion. This is the name. This is the price. This is the text here. This is size selection, and this is like the policy. And then we have the add to cart button. Okay, let me see. Kids is working. Everything is working. Okay, let's see. And this is looking good as well. So there are different sizes that you can select from, and then you can add more images of your choice. All right. So the next thing we are going to work on now is our footer. Okay, we need to create a footer here. The footer is going to be present in all of the pages. That means it's going to show in all in the entire application. So we're going to mount it in app.gsx. Okay, just the same way we mounted our navigation bar. So let us work on our footer. So I'm going to close product details here. Close my assets. Okay, close this. Close the product details. Close the collection. And then in our components, we're going to work on the footer. So I'm going to create a file for footer.gsx. All right. So here we'll use RAFC. Right. So for our footer is going to have top and bottom. So this is going to be dot footer. The footer container will have footer top. Then we'll have footer bottom. So we'll start with the top. So for the top section, we need an H2 tag, and it's going to take this text. And also we need a P tag. We're going to write a P tag here. And then we have an input field for the subscription, and the input is going to be email. Okay, so the name is definitely going to be email, and the placeholder is going to take enter your email, and we're going to have a button, a submit button. So here, button to join now. Okay, and then for the bottom section, we're going to have the left and the right. The left section is going to have the logo and the socials, while the right is going to have the links, stuff like that. So here for footer bottom, we're going to have footer left, and also we're going to have footer right. Okay, so the left section H2, the logo, style with, and then we're going to have for social icons. So here we're going to have socials, and we can now use any icon of our choice. So I'm just going to be using Facebook, and then we're going to use Instagram, and we're going to have YouTube icon. So for each of this icon, I'll be giving them a class name of social icon. So I'm just going to copy this and paste this right here. Okay, so this is for the social icon. And then on the right side, this is supposed to be double. Okay, we're going to have a list tag with 4 list items. And the first one is taking home. The second one is going to take services, stuff like that. This is going to take about us. And the last one is going to take privacy policy. Okay, so we're going to have our copyright section as well. So a p tag, copyright. So here p does copy, and it's going to take this text. Okay, so this is the footer. Now we're going to mouse this in app.gss because we want our footer present in all of our pages. Okay, so this is the footer right here. All we just need to do is to style it. Here we're going to have footer.css. Before styling, we need to import our CSS file into our JSX file. Import footer.css. So I'm starting with footer. Display here is flex direction, column with a gap of 30 pixels, and then a padding of 60 pixels. Okay, so for footer top, display is going to be grid. Place the content at the center, and also with a gap of 30 pixels. Okay, we have an H2 tag. So I'm going to set the font size of this to 40 pixels. I want the text at the center. We have a P tag as well. So we're going to set the font size of that as well to 18 pixels. And then we also need the text at the center. At the top, we have this input field, right? The input container. So for footer the top, for the input container, display is going to be flex. Align items at the center. Justify the content to the center as well. Now for the input container, and the input field inside the input container. I'm going to set the background color to this color code. And then the text color would be, oh no, the background color here is going to take, we don't need any background color actually for this input field. Okay, so flex here, flex 0 by 1, padding of 15 pixels, border of the 2 pixels solid with this color code FF7739, and then border right none. So we're going to set our border radius to this value 20 pixels 0, 20 pixels. Okay, and our outline as well, we're going to set it to none. Outline none. And our font size is going to take 14 pixels. Okay, we have button in the input container. So for the button, we're setting the background color to this color code. Okay, the text color to black, border will be set to none, and then padding will be set to 15 pixels here, 20 pixels here, and our border radius will be the reverse of this border radius that is right here. So this is going to be 0, and this is going to be 20 pixels. This is going to be 20 as well, and this is going to be 0. Okay, and the font weight of the text will be bold, cursor will be pointer. Now for the bottom section, I think that's the next thing here. Okay, for the bottom section, display will be flex, justify content, space between. Okay, so for the socials, display would be flex with a gap of 15 pixels between each of the icons and the margin top of 10 pixels. Okay, and now we need to style each of the social icons. So for social icons and socials, the font size is going to take 20 pixels. And then for this right section here, so footer right, display here will be flex with a gap of 15 pixels. Footer right URLI, that is for each of the list items. Font size will be 18 pixels. Okay, and also we're going to set the list style to none. Okay, let's check. All right, so this is what we have for the footer. Our button is not buttoning, if I may put it that way. So let's adjust it. So we're back here and we're going to adjust this to 18 pixels for the heights. Okay, so this is looking all good. All right. So the next thing we're going to work on now is the, if I click on this, this is what I'm getting. But we need to display the products that are related products in the product details. All right, so that's the very next thing we're going to work on now. So I'm going to close the footer file. Then we're going to open our related products folder. So for the related product folder, we're going to create the GSX file for it. So we're going to have related product.gsx. Okay, so RFC shortcuts. Okay, then we can now start real coding. First, we need to destructure the products array from the shop context to access the list of all the products. Okay, so right here, we're going to destructure products array. So we're going to have products will be equals to use context, and our use context is our shop context. Okay, so now we've destructured the product array from shop context. And here we're going to pass category because we want to display related products based on the category. So for every product, in the product detail information, we want to display products that are related to that product that we have, the current product we have here. We want to display the products that are in the same category. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do is to declare a state variable and the setup function. So the state variable to store the related products, and we're going to initialize it with an empty array. So here, state variable for related products, setup function sets related product, use states, empty array, and then we're going to filter the product that we extracted, the product that we destructured from shop context. We're going to filter it to find items within the same category, and we're also going to consider case sensitivity. So now we should filter products. I'll create a variable that we're going to store the products that we want to filter, and I'm going to name it related, and it will be equals to products dot filter, open your bracket, and then we're going to have product again. We're passing products. So here I want to check products dot category, transform it to lowercase. I said earlier that we're going to consider case sensitivity. We're going to check if it's equal to category dot to lowercase. Okay, so what we're doing here is to match the products category with the given category. We're checking if our products category here matches with this given category. Okay, so this code here, the job is to filter products to find items within the same category. All right, so after we've done that, we're going to, for the category, we want to display for any product that matches that's the product information that we're trying to view, the product that matches the category. We want to display 4 other products that are within the same category. So we need to use the slice property to find the first 4 products from the filtered related products, and then we're going to set them in the state. So once we get a product that matches with our category, what we're going to do is to display just 4, the first 4 of that product. So I'm going to use the use effects hook. Okay, and here open your curly braces. Then we're going to set related product with related dot slice. I want to display the first 4. Okay, so we're limiting our display to 4 items, and then here we're going to have an empty dependency array so that it ensures that the effect run only once after the initial render. Okay, so what this use effect is doing is that we're updating our set related products to the related products, which is what we've filtered here. I want to display just 4 of it. Okay, so after this entire logic, now we can now start with our UI. We're displaying for the UI, we're using the same one with the bestseller. Okay, so I'm just going to open the bestseller here. Then I can now copy the entire code here so that we don't have to rewrite the code, and I'm going to paste it here. So I'm going to delete this and then paste it here. But in this case, okay, we have an error here. What is the error? Let me see. Okay, this has no corresponding tag. Let me see if I close the tag. Okay, so we're done. Okay, in this case, I copied from bestseller, right? But in this case, what we want to display is our related product. So I'm going to here, the heading is going to be related products. What we're going to map over, and the length that we're checking here is going to be for our related products, right? Because that is what we want to display. Our related product, we're setting our related product here to the filtered products. Here we've already filtered our products. We're looking for products that matches the category of the related product, and we've used this use effect here to set it and to display just 4. Now we need to map over the related products. So I'm going to replace this bestseller with related products. Okay, so we're checking, the first code here is to check if the related product is greater than 0, then it should display this entire UI. If it is not, it should display that no product is found in this category. Okay, Now we're using link here, right? So that we can view the product details. So we need to import link as well from React Router DOM. Okay, so that is it. And now we want to be able to view our related product when we're checking for product details. So I'm just going to come in here, and then we're going to mount our related product component here. Okay, and it has been imported here. Okay, so and after mounting it, we need to pass category as props. So here we're going to pass category, and we're going to have product data dot category, right? Okay, so if we check our page, if we check our browser now, okay, let me select this kids. Okay, we're seeing our related products that matches the category. All of these products fall in the same category with these products. Okay, that is what we're seeing. All of these products right here. These are products that relate with this, that matches with the category of this product. The category of this product is for kids, and the product that we're displaying here is also for kids. They fall under the same category. Okay, so once we're done with this, the next thing we need to work on is adding products to carts. When you click on this button, we want our product to show in the cart page. Right now, our cart page is empty, so we need to work on adding products to carts. So I'm going to close all of these related products, home and all of that. Now we need to, I said earlier that shop context is a central place that is used to manage and store states, right? And also we can use it to write the logic of our products, cart items, and all of that, so that other components can access it. So we're going to write all the logic for our carts in the shop context. Okay, so I'm going to open shop context, and then we'll start getting all the logic to add to carts. We're going to get the logic to get cart amount. We're going to write to delete item from a cart. We're going to get all the we're going to write all the logic in the shop context. So the first thing we're going to do is to declare a state variable for cart items and a setter function that will set the cart items to always update the cart items, and we're going to initialize it with an empty object. So here const cart items sets cart items use states is going to be an empty object. Okay, now let's write the logic to add item to cart. Okay, so right here we're going to write the function to add items to carts. First, I'm going to create add to cart. It's going to be an asynchronous function, and we're adding items to carts based on their ID, and then we also want the user to add to select the size when they're adding item to carts. Okay, so we're going to have item ID and size. So this is the function. We're going to write the logic inside the function. Okay, so and then we're going to check if the size is selected, because we want to ensure that the user selects the size of the clothes before they can add to cart. So here we're going to check if size is not selected, and then we want to display an error. Okay, so to display the error on the screen, we're going to use this display method. We're going to use React Toastify. So back here, we need to install it, React Toastify. Okay, so this is how it works. This is the kind of display method. You're going to see this on the screen. Okay, so first you need to install it. Click on this, click copy the installation code, and then head back to open an integrated terminal, and then you're going to paste the installation code in the terminal. Make sure you're connected to the internet and click enter. So React Toastify has been successfully installed. For us to use it, first off, you go to your app. Then you're going to mount the toast container before the navbar. And then you're going to import it as well. Import toast container from React Toastify. Okay, so we can use this to display message on the screen for our user. So let's continue with our add to cart. So in our shop context also, so that we can display message on the screen, since we're using Toastify, you would import toast from React to Stefy. Okay, so back to our add to carts. We're going to, if the user does not select size, that is what this code is about, right? So we're going to do toast.error. We want to display to the user that the user must select products size to continue, something like that. Okay, and then we're going to exit, return. Okay, and then the next thing we're going to do after this if statement is to create a copy of the current cart items. So here, const updated cart will be equals to, we're creating a shallow copy of the cart items, and then we're going to check if the item already exists in the cart. So if updated, okay, updated cart with item ID, if the item already exists in the cart, first we need to initialize the item in the cart if it doesn't exist, right? So updated cart, okay, let me see. Okay, so we're doing size 1. Okay, so what we're doing here is to check if the item already exists in the cart. Here we're checking if it doesn't exist, then we want to update the cart with the item ID, and the size, one size must be selected. Okay, and then we use an else statement, just if otherwise. We're going to check if the size exists in the cart. So here updated cart, we're using the item ID with the size, which is going to be equal to, open your bracket, updated cart item ID followed by the size, or nothing. So we're going to have 0, and here +1. After this, we're going to update the cart state. So we're going to set cart items with the updated cart. Okay, so with this function now, we can now, let me reduce this. We can now add items to carts with this function. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do now is to write the function to get the amount of items we have in our carts, amount of items in the carts. So that's the code that we're going to write now. Okay, but before that, we need to add the add to carts function to this value that we have declared here, so that other components can have access to the add to cart function. Okay, back to getting the amount of items we have in our carts. Okay, so I'm going to create the function const get carts. So this is going to carts. It should be carts. We want to get the cart amounts. So we want to get the cart counts. An arrow function. Create a function. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is to initialize our total count to 0. So let's total count equals 0. And the total count is going to store the total number of items that we have in the count. So we've initialized it with 0. And then we're going to iterate over each item in our cart items, in the cart items object. And the item represents the product ID, which is the key in the cart items object. So we're going to use the for const items in cart items. Okay, this is supposed to be a const. Okay, for items in cart items, we're going to iterate all the sizes of the current products, while the item represents the size of the product, which is the key in the nested object. So here we're going to have another for const items in cart items. items. Okay, and now we're going to check if the quantity of the current size is greater than 0. So we're going to use an if statement to check if the quantity of the current size is greater than 0. So we're going to have cat items, and for each item, we want to check if it is greater than 0. Okay, this is item. If it is, we want to add the quantity of the current item, the current size to the total count. So we're going to have total count will be plus equals cat items, item. Okay, so we're having a little error here. Could not find. Okay, this is supposed to be item. Okay, so this is fixed. And then we're going to return the final total count of the items in the cart. So we're going to return total counts here. And we're going to add it here. We're going to pass it to this value, get cart count function. Okay, so that other components can have access to the function. Okay, so the next function we need to write, the next code we need to write is to update our quantity if the user increases the count, if the user increases the items in our cart. So here I'm going to write a comment function to update quantity. Okay, so I'm going to name the function update quantity. So this is update quantity, and it's going to be an asynchronous function. We want to update quantity based on the item ID. I'm going to pass this here, the size and the quantity itself. Okay, so we've created an arrow function right here. Okay, we have, okay, this is supposed to be async typo error. Okay, so now let's write the function to update our quantity if the user increases the quantity of items. So first off, we need to create a deep copy of the current cart items object to avoid mutating states directly. So we will use the let's cart data because let's cart data equals structured clone into cart items. And then we're going to update the quantity for the specialized item and the size in the copied cart data. After, first off, we created a deep copy of the current cart items object. Now we want to update the quantity for the specialized item and size. So cart data item ID and the size will be equals to quantity. And then we're going to update the states with the modified cart data. So set cart items with cart data. Okay, so this function here is going to update the quantity, and then I'm going to pass it here as well. Update quantity so that other components can have access to it. And now the next function that we're going to write, the next logic is going to be getting the total, getting the cart total. Okay, so now we're going to write a function to get the cart total. So first off, we need to initialize the total amount, which is the total cart amount, to 0, and this is going to store the total cost of items in the cart. So we're going to use less total amount equals 0, and then okay, I'm here to create the function itself. So we need to create the function first. Get cart amount will be the name of the function. Okay, and then we're going to initialize the total amount with 0, and we're going to iterate over each items in the cart items with the ID that is going to represent the unique ID of the product in the cart. Okay, so for open brackets const item ID in cart items, and we're going to find the product information in the cart in the product array that matches the current item ID. So we're creating a variable that is going to store this item info will be equals to products dot find past products. So finding products based on the ID, products dot underscore ID, that matches with our item ID. Okay. And then the next thing we're going to do is to proceed only if the products exist in the product array. So we need to use an if statement to check if item info exists. Then we're going to iterate over all sizes of the current item in the cart. So we're going to have for const size in cart items, and we're using their item ID. Now, after we've iterated over all sizes, after the iteration, now we're going to calculate the cost for the current size based on the price times quantity, and we're going to add it to the total amount. So here we're going to have total amount will be equals to plus equals item info dot price, and then we're going to multiply it by the cart items based on item ID and the size. Okay, and now we can now return the final calculated total amount for all the items in our cart. So here we're going to return total amount, and then we're going to add this function here is to get cart amount. Okay, so that other components can have access to it. Okay, so now that we're done with the codes with the logic of our cart, we're going to go to the product details where we want to be able to add to carts. We have the button here to add to carts, right? But first we need to extract the add to carts functionality, the value that we've passed here. So I'm going to copy this back in the product details. We're going to have the add to carts here. We're extracting it from our shop context. So for the button, we're going to use an onClick method, and then we're going to call the add to carts, and then we're going to get the product data dot ID, since we're adding carts based on ID, and the size as well. So now that we've added the add to cart functionality, we'll go back to our browser. If we click on this product, and now let us add to carts. Okay, there's nothing in our cart page right now. Nothing is showing in the cart page. It's not showing that. So we should be able to view it in the console first before we see it in our cart page if the product has been added to cart. So back to our code. So we'll open shop context. Back to the add to cart functionality. Now we need to log the product and size that has been added, that we want to add to the cart. So here console.log. We're using backtick. Let's just say products added to carts, and then we're going to have the item ID sort of. Then we're passing item ID, comma, size, and we're going to do the same thing here. Size. So here, size. So now let us check our console. So if we add an item to carts, we should be able to view it in the console. Click inspect in our console. This item has been added to carts. This is the product ID, and the size that we choose is this. Okay, we can decide to add the small size to cart as well. We're going to see the product ID and the size. So the add to cart functionality is working. So what if we don't add size to our carts? Click on this. What if we do not select the size? We said earlier in our code that if the size is not selected, we're using the toast notification to show. So this is here. Okay, we're here to add the CSS to style the toast notification. Back here, you're going to copy this code, and then we're going to open our app.css and paste the code here. So this is where you're going to get select product size to continue. So if you want to add any products, to the cart without selecting the size, you're going to see the error, select product size to continue. Okay, so let's also add a toast notification to show when you select product size and you add to cart. So back to our shop context right here. So toast.success, we want to show that product added to cart, product added to carts. So this is what we're going to add. If you add these products to cart, product added to carts. Okay, we have the toast notification showing that the product has been added to carts. Let's test for other product as well. If we want to add, let's say, these products to carts, add the size, product added to carts. Okay, all right. So that is for the add to cart functionality. We also need to show the quantity of items in our carts in the navbar. We already have the code. We already had the code for the functionality in our shop context. So we just need to extract the get cart count from shop context. So let me close this. Oh, come on. I don't need any more title. Open navbar. First, we need to extract this code, get cart counts. This function to get the quantity of items in the cart. This is it right here. We're going to extract it from shop context. So we're just going to add it here. So in our cart icon, we have a figure showing the number of items in the cart. This was set to 0. So now we're going to call this function the get cart count function. So here, the get cart count function. Okay, so now that we've called the function here, let's test to see if it's working. So it's already showing here that we have 2 items in the cart. Okay, let me add more items to our cart. I'm going to select the size, XL, product added to cart, and then it's already showing here that we have 3 items in the cart. I can add as many items as possible. I can decide to add this item also to the cart. Products added to cart. This has also been updated that we have 4 items in our cart. Now we need to work on our cart page itself to display all of the products that we've been adding to the cart in the cart page. So I'm going to close the navbar and then we're going to work on our cart page. Okay, so this is the cart page. We're going to work on this now. First off, we need to destructure our products. We need to destructure currency, cart items, the update quantity function, and then from our shop context. Okay, so that's the first thing we're going to do here. We're going to destructure products. We're going to destructure currency, cart items, and update quantity. So we're going to destructure this, and use context will be shop context. So the next thing we're going to do is to create a state variable for cart data. So here const cart data, and then a setter function to set cart data, and we're going to initialize the variable with an empty array. So the next thing now that we're going to do is to use the use effect to process the cart items objects so that we can generate a structured array that will represent the cart's contents. Okay, so we're going to use effects. The first step is to ensure that the logic only runs when our product array is not empty. So we need to check first if our product array is not empty. If it is empty, we're going to exit early. So we're going to check if products dot length is equals to 0, return. So here we're checking if the logic does not contain an empty array. If it does, we're going to exit early. Then the next thing is to transform the cart items object into an array of cart data. So here we're going to have temp data, which is also representing the structured array that we're trying to generate, equals objects dot entries cat items dot flat map. We're going to get the item ID and sizes. So the next thing now that we're going to do is that for each item ID, we're going to process its sizes object. So here we're going to have object.entries for sizes dot filter, open your bracket, square brackets, quantity, okay, square brackets, comma, quantity, and then we're going to check if quantity is greater than 0 dot map sizes, comma, quantity. Let me collapse this so that we can have a larger screen. Then open bracket, square curly braces. Then we're going to have our ID as the item ID, comma, our size as well, comma, quantity. Okay. Okay, this is supposed to be size, not sizes. Okay. And here we're going to update the states with the transformed cat array. So we're going to set cat data with our transformed cat array. And then here we're going to add our cat items and products as dependency array so that it will rerun the effect whenever cat items or products changes. Okay, so let me explain this code. So what we did here is that we transformed the cat items object into an array of cat data. Okay, and then we convert the cat items into an array of item ID sizes pair, that is here. Okay, this here is transforming the entire code is to transform cat items object into an array of cat data, and then here we convert the cat items data into an array of item ID and sizes pair. Okay, and for each item ID, that's what we did here. For each item ID, we're processing its size object. Okay, right here we're processing the size object, and now we only want to include sizes with a quantity greater than 0. That is why we filtered here. We want to include the quantity. We want to include only sizes with quantity greater than 0. If the quantity is greater than 0, then we want to include the sizes. Okay, then we're going to map the size and the quantity right here. So for this line here, we're using the item ID as the ID property for the cat data, and for this size right here, we need to include the size of the product as well, and for the quantity also, we're including the quantity of the sizes. Then here we're updating the states with the transformed cat data array, and for this is a dependency array that would rerun the effect of this use effect whenever cat items or products changes. So that is what this code basically is about. Now we need to design the UI of our cats. So I'm going to create a div tag with a class name of cats contents. This is the cats content container. And we're also going to create another div tag for the checkout container. So that's what this is, the top and the bottom. For the cat content container, we're going to map over our cat data. So we're going to have cat data dot map. We're going to pass item and then the index, which will identify as, which will serve as the unique ID for the cat contents. So we're going to create product data that is going to store the logic that would find the product the product ID that matches with our item ID. So here we're going to have product dot find products product dot underscore ID. We want to check if it matches with our item dot underscore ID. Okay, so if it does, then we're going to return another UI, which is going to be, let me have this div tag here and close this, and the class name, this is going to, we're going to return our cart items. So class name is going to be cart item, and the key is going to be index. So inside our cart item container, we're going to display the product image first. So I'm going to use the image tag, and then the source is going to be our product data dot image, and then we need to use the first image from the product image array. Remember that the product image in our product are stored as an array, so we want to get the first image from our product image array, and I'm going to give this a class name of product cart image. So this is going to be product cart image. After the image, we're going to create another container that will be for our product details. So I'll create a div tag with a class name of product details carts. Okay, first we're going to display the product name. So we're going to have, within this container, we're going to have a p tag with carts with the class name of price cart product name, and then open your curly braces, product data dot name, and then we're going to display the product price and the size. So I'll create another div tag with the class name of product price size. So within this, we're going to have the product price, we need the currency, and then the price itself, and this is going to be product data dot price, and then for size as well, this is going to be product data dot size. Okay, so after our product cards, so all these images, the detail, the cart details, the name, the size, they are going to be wrapped under the cart item information. So I'm going to create another div tag with a class name of product cards. Let me just give it cart item info, cart item info, and then I'm going to paste what I just got here into this. Okay, so after our cart item information, we want to display the quantity of the product. Okay, so for the quantity of the products, we're having it as an input field. So we're going to have input, and the type here is number. So the type is going to be number. Okay, and the class name, I'm going to give this a class name of quantity inputs, and we'll give it a minimum value of 1, and the default value, we're going to set it as item dot quantity. So this is for the input field. Okay, so in our shop context here, we have a code to update the quantity if user changes the quantity of the item. So right here, and we've extracted it here, the update quantity here, we've extracted it here. So the next thing we need to do is to use, let me just open this like this, and on change method, and then we're going to pass events. So what we're basically going to do is to update the quantity if the input value is valid. Okay, not if we want to check if it is not empty or 0. So here we're going to have e dot target dot value, and our value is the item dot the quantity, right? So we want to check if e dot item dot value if it is empty. This is we're using the ternary operator, or if it is 0. So we're going to have e dot target dot value if it is 0, and then we'll display null. If it is not, we want to update the quantity. We're calling the update quantity function that we extracted from our short context. We want to update the quantity of the item, but we need to get the ID as well. We want to update, we need to get the size as well, item dot size, and we need to get the value in number. Okay, so here number e dot target dot value. Okay, so we're updating the job of this code here is to update the quantity if the input value is valid. Okay, and then the next thing we're going to do after this is to add the icon to delete item from cart, to delete a particular item from cart. So we're going to be using this icon. So we're going to use the delete icon. We're using this icon right here, and I'll give you the class name of delete icon. So to delete our icon, we need to set, to ensure that the delete icon is working, the logic behind it, we need to set the quantity to 0 to remove the item. Okay, so here when your user clicks on the icon, we're going to use the click function, and then we're going to call our update quantity. So update quantity, and then we're checking for item dot underscore id, item dot size 0. Okay, so here we're setting our quantity here to 0. So after this, we need to work on the checkout container as well. For the checkout container, I'm going to create another div tag for the checkout box. And here we're going to render our cart total, the cart total component. We're here to create that, so we'll go back here in our components, create the file cart total.gsx, and here refc. Then in our cart itself, in our cart page, we're going to import the cart total. Oh, we're going to import cart total from the components. So after the cart total, we're going to work on the cart total page though. So after the cart total components, we need to get the checkout button. And then for the button, we're going to have, I'll create another div tag for checkout button container. And then we're going to have our button with the class name of checkout button. So here is going to be proceed to checkout. Okay, now let's see if our cart page is actually working. All right, so now we're going to add an item to our cart. Let's say we're adding this item to our cart. We're adding this size, add to cart, product has been added to cart. So if we click on our cart page, okay, we have an empty page here. Let us inspect to see what the error is. So if I click on my console, it's showing cannot convert undefined or null to object at function.entries. Okay, so this error is occurring because the cart item is likely undefined or null when object.entries is called. So to fix this, we need to ensure that the cart item is initialized properly, and we need to check if it has a valid value. So here we use an if statement to check if cart items And then we want to check the type. If cat items is not initialized as an object, and then we're going to set cat data to an empty array. So we're setting the cat data to an empty array if the cat items is invalid. And then here, after this, we're going to type in return. So we've initialized this cat item properly by ensuring that it is an object. Okay, so let's see. Okay, so now on our page, we still don't have our cat item. So we extracted cat items here, but let's see if we exported cat items. If we added it as the value in shop context. Okay, so cat items is not here. We need to add it here as one of our values. So let's see. No error again. Back to the home page. Let's add this item to cart now. Select the size. We're having our toast notification here. Product added to cart. If I click on the cart page, this product is going to show in the cart page. Okay, we have the image of the product. So this is the cart page. If you check the URL, this is the cart page. We have the image of the product. We have the name of the product, the price, the size, and the quantity. You can increase the quantity and you can delete the item from cart. So you can add as many as possible products to the cart. You can select this item, add it to cart, and then if you check this cart page right here, you're going to see it in the cart. Let me go to the women section, add from this category as well. Let's say we're adding this to cart. Select small size, add to cart. Product has been added to cart. Click on the cart page. You're going to see the two products in the cart. If we add from the kids section as well, let's say we're adding these products. In the product details, we have 4 products, but in our cart, we're going to see 1 product because we selected just one. We are using just one. So this is here in our cart. And then this is what we have. All the products have been added to cart. So we just need to style it so that it's going to look better. So let us style our carts. So I'm in the carts folder, our cart page folder. I'm going to create another file for carts.css. Okay. Now in the carts, we're styling our UI. So we're going to start styling our return statement here. For cart items, let this be before this. I think I like it better like this. So for cart items, we're going to display it as grid. And then grid template columns for, and this is going to take 0.5, 0.5. And then we'll set the grid templates areas to product, info, quantity, and delete. And then we're going to add a padding of 1 RAM, and the border top is going to be set to 1 pixel solid with this color code. Border bottom as well is going to be set to the same thing. So I'm just going to copy this and paste it here. And the text color is going to take this color code. Now for our cart item info as well, display is going to be flex. Align items, flex stats with a gap of 1.5 RAM. And then we have our product image. So for product image, width is going to take 4 RAM. And then our for our, and then we're going to style the product details of our carts. Display is going to be flex. Flex direction will be colon. And the cart product name, The font size will be set to 1.5 rem, and the font width will be 500. Now for our product price size as well, display would be flex, and then we want all the items at the center. So align item will be center with a gap of 1.25 rem, and the margin top will be 0.5 rem. Then for the size itself, we're going to have a padding of 0.25 rem for the height and 0.5 rem for the width, with a background color of this color code, and the border, we're going to set the border around it as well. So for 1 pixel solid with this color code. Now for what next? What do we have? We have the quantity inputs as well. For quantity inputs, we're going to set the border to 1 pixel solid with this color code. The max width is going to take 60 pixels, and the max height will take 35 pixels. We want the contents at the center, that is the value. We're still going to place the items at the center, place self, center as well. Now for the delete icon, cursor will be pointer, and the margin right, we're going to set that to 1 rem. We want the item at the center as well, so place self, center, and then we're going to set the font size to 24 pixels. The height here, we're going to adjust this to 45 pixels. So let's see what we have. So let's add this product to our cart, and then this is the product. Select the size, add it to the cart. Product has been added to cart. Okay, the styling is not reflecting yet. Let's see the problem. Okay, we're here to import our css into our JSX file. So cart.css. Now this is what we have. Okay, so this is the image, this is the name of the product, this is the price, this is the size. Okay, we should increase this as well. So for the size, let's have 0.3 rem for the width, 0.6 for the height. Okay, this is looking good. Okay, for the quantity input, we're going to set the width to 50 pixels and the height to 35 pixels. Let's see what that gives us. Okay, looking good. We should increase the size of the icon as well, and then the price should have a color. So for the icon, we're going to use 28 pixels. Okay, this is looking big enough. And for price, let's see, what do we have here? Okay, so I'm going to give this a class name so that I can style it. Class name, cart products price. Let's give it a color red, and the font size, let's say be 20 pixels. Let's see, 20 pixels red. Oh, so the font is too big, so we're just going to remove it. The color is okay like this, so this is working. Let's add more items to our cart. If we add this item to cart, let's add the small size, add it to cart. Product has been added to cart. This is what we have in our cart. Let's go to the women category. Let's add this jacket to cart. I'm not adding this size. Products added to cart. We have 3 products in our cart, so let's check. We can increase the quantity of the products in our carts, and then we can delete an item from our cart as well. Okay, so now we need to work on the cart total. we have the checkout container here. We're going to style this as well. So you copy this, then you paste it here. This is going to be for the checkout section. So display is going to be flex, justify content, flex end, and then margin top is going to take 5 rem. Background color will be white with a padding of 15 pixels. Max width will be 600 pixels. And we want all the content at the center, so justify content will be center. And for the checkout box, let me copy it again, then I'll paste it here. The width will be 100%, while the max width is going to take 28 rem. And then we have the checkout button container. The width is going to take 100% as well. While text align will be at the end. Now the checkout button itself is the last thing we need to style here. So for checkout button, background color will be black, and then the text color will be white. The font size of the text in the button will take 0.875 rem. And then the margin top is going to take 2 rem, while the padding is going to take 0.75 rem for width for the height and 2 rem for the width. Okay, so this is what we have. Now we just need to work on the logic of the cart total itself. Okay, so we're going to open our cart total now. Since we're done with our cards, I'm going to close it here. First off, we need to destructure currency, the get cart amount function, and the delivery fee from our shop context. So here, const currency, get cart amount, and the delivery fee. Because use context will be shop context. And now, for our UI, I'm going to create a div tag with a class name of cart total container. And then we're going to create another div tag for the cart title, which is going to have an h2 tag, total cart totals. Let's have it as cart totals. Then we're going to have another div tag for cart total details. And then we're going to create another div tag for cart rows, which is going to have 2 p tags. First one is going to be for the subtotal, and the second one is going to be for the total itself. We're going to use the currency, and then we're going to open your curly braces, call the get cart amount function, and then here we're going to have a divider, an hr tag with the class name of cart divider. After our cart divider, we'll have another cart row for the shipping fee and the delivery fee. So I'm going to create another div tag with the class name of cart row. In the cart row, we're going to have 2 p tags as well. The first one is going to have shipping fee, and then the second is going to have currency and then delivery fee. Then for the third one, we're going to have the cart row as well and the cart total itself. So this is going to be cart total. We're going to use 2 bold tags. The first bold tag is going to take total, and the second one is going to take the total. So we're going to have the currency first, followed by the get cat amount function. And then here we're using a ternary operator here to check if it is equals to 0, then it should display 0 if the cat amount is equals to 0. Otherwise, we want to get the cat amount, we want to display this plus the delivery fee. Okay, so this is what we have now. Let me add an item to our carts. Let's add this item to carts. This size product has been added to cart. Click on the cart. So the price is 230 plus the shipping fee. Okay, so this is showing an error that this is not a number and we don't have any delivery fee here. So here we're extracting delivery fee from shop context, but in our shop context we're here to initialize our delivery fee. So here delivery fee should be 20, and then we're going to export, we're going to have the value here as well, delivery fee. So let's see. So let us see if this is going to work for our cart total. Let's add this item to cart. We're adding this size. Add to cart. It's showing that it's added to cart. Click on this, and then we have it here. So I can delete an item in the cart. The price of the item is 20, the delivery fee is 40, and the total is 240. Okay. So now let's download this. In our cart total folder, we're going to create another file, and I'll give it the name cart total.css. Before styling, we need to import. So here we're going to import /cart total.css. Okay, so we're going to start with our cart total container. Copy this and paste it here. The width will be 100%, and then the text color is going to take this color code. For the cart title, the h2 tag in the cart title, we're going to set the font size to 26 pixels, and the margin bottom is going to take 1 rem. And then for our cart details, the font size is going to take 1 rem as well. Now for this cart row, the display is going to be flex, justify content, space between, and then margin will be set to 0.5 rem. Now for the cart divider, which is the HR tag here, the border will be none. Border top will be set to 1 pixel solid and this color code. And then the margin will take 0.5 rem. Now for the cart total itself, for cart total, the font width will be bold, and then margin top will be 1 rem. So now this is what we have here. So we can add as many products as we like. You can add these products to cart. Product has been added to cart. You can see this, it's showing here, it's reflecting here in the subtotal. We have a $220 here and a $110 here, which the subtotal is 30, the shipping fee is $20, and the main total is $350. So now we need to work on our checkout button such that when you click on this button, it should take you to the checkout page. So the next thing we're going to do now is create our checkout page. So I'm going to close this. So I'm closing the components and the context folder. So in our pages folder, we're going to create another folder for checkouts. And then I'm going to create the GSX and CSS file for this as well. So this is going to be checkout.gsx. Okay, RAFCE. And then we can now start our code. First off, we need to destructure cart items, set cart items, get cart amount, delivery fee, and products from our context folder. So here I'm going to have const We want to extract cart items, set cart items, get cart amounts, delivery fee, and products. So use context here. It's going to be shop context. Let me collapse this so that we can have more space. So after that, we need to create a stage to manage the delivery form data, because in the checkout button, we're going to have the delivery form on the left hand side, and on the right hand side, we're going to have our cart order summary. So we need to create a state that's going to manage the delivery form data. So here, const form data, set form data will be equals to use states, and then we're going to initialize the states with objects. Okay, so for first name, we're going to set this to empty, last name as well, we're going to set it to empty as well, and then we're going to have the email that we're going to set to empty, streets. These are the information that we want to get from our user. Okay, the first name, the last name. So after the streets, we're going to have the city. We're going to set it to empty as well. We're going to have the zip code. We're going to set it to empty. And then we're going to have the country. We're going to set this to empty as well. Then the states, very important as well. And for phone number, so we're just going to have phone, set it to empty also. Okay. And then we're going to create a function that is going to undo changes in the form input, and it will to also update the states accordingly. Okay, so right here, I'm going to create a function, and I'm going to name it change handler. Okay, I'm going to pass events here. Open your curly braces. So first off, we need the name of the input field. Okay, so I'm going to create another variable here. Name will be equals to events.target.value. Okay, and then we need the current value of the input field. So here we'll create another variable for value that is going to store the current value of the input field, target.value. And then we're going to update the form data state with the new value for the corresponding field. So right here, we're going to set form data to data. Okay. Then we'll open our brackets. Then we'll create a copy of the data with the name that we declared earlier, and then the value. Okay. So the next thing we're going to do now is to create our form. But before that, before we start creating the form in the UI, we need to create another function. It is going to be an asynchronous function that will handle our form submission. Okay, so we're going to create an asynchronous function, and I'm going to name it on submit handler. So right here, const on submit handler will be equals to async. Open your curly braces, and you can now start writing the actual code. First of all, we need to prevent the default form submission behavior. So we're going to have events.prevent default. So with this kind of code, we are preventing the default form submission behavior. And then we're going to use the try catch method here. Try. Okay, let me just type this. Try catch. Okay, so in the try block, we need to initialize an array to store the items included in the order. So we're going to have let order items equals to an array. And after that, we need to look through the cart items object, which organizes the items by product ID and sizes. So we're going to use for in to look through the cart items object, which organizes items by product ID and sizes. So here we're going to have for const items in cart items. Okay, open your curly braces. Now for each product ID, we're going to iterate over the sizes and their respective quantities. So we're going to have another 4 statements. So for items in cart items, we need to check if the quantity for the current size is greater than 0 as well. So we're going to check if cart items item is greater than 0. If it is greater than 0, then we need to find the product details in the product array using the product ID. So I'm going to create a variable that is going to store that. So after this, we need to find the product details, like I said earlier, in the product array using the product ID. So I'm going to create a variable and I'm going to name it item info, and that is going to store the information that we're trying to find. So this will be equal to structured clone into brackets. We're going to have products dot find products. Then we're going to check if products dot underscore ID is equal to items. Okay. So after this, then we're going to use another if statement to check if the product details are found. Then we're going to add the size and quantity to the item. So if item info we're going to add item info dot size to be equal to item. Then item info dot quantity should be equals to cart items item. Okay, and then we're going to have other items dot push item info. Okay, so what we did here now is to assign the size to the item. Okay, and what we did here as well is to assign the quantity to the items, and then what we did here is to add the item to the other items array. Okay, so we're having a little error here. Okay, so for this code part where we're trying to ensure that for each product we want to iterate over the sizes and their respective quantities, this is supposed to be item. Okay, so now we're back on track. All right, so now we need to prepare after the 4 statements. So after looping through the cart items objects, which will organize the items by the product ID and sizes, we need to prepare the complete order data. Okay, to complete the order data, we're going to have let order data equal to, open your curly braces, we're going to get the address. Oh no, we're going to get the address from our form data. We're going to get the items from our order data, and then we're going to get the amount from the getAtAmount function that we extracted from shop context plus the delivery fee. Okay, so for the order data here, we created an object, and in the object we have key pairs. We have the address, which we'll get from the form data, the items that we're going to get from our order data, and no, we're going to get the items from our order items. Okay, yes, because in the order items here, we're adding the items to the order items array. That's why we use the push method here. We're adding the items to the order items array, and we're getting our item from the item info, right? Because we're getting the item after we have checked for the products that matches with our item ID. Okay, so now for our catch block, if there's an error, console.log error, and then we're going to use the toast notification to display the error on the screen as well. Toast.error, error dot message. Okay, so now we can now design our UI. Okay, we can now display what we want our user to see. So for this div tag, I'm going to change it to a form tag. Okay, so for the form tag, the class name will be form container, and then on submit, we're going to call the on submit handler. Okay, so first off, we're going to start with the delivery information sector. So this is delivery information section, and then we're going to have the payment section, payment slash summary section. Okay, so let's start with the delivery information sector. I'll create a div tag, and I'm going to give it a class name of form left. This is the left section, and then we're going to have a feed set, and the legend tag that we're going to use. Here we're going to have payment options. Okay, our feed set needs a class name, right? So I'm going to give it a class name of payment method. After the legend tag, we're going to have the payment option container. So that's payment option. In the payment option, we're going to have 3 div tags because we want to have 3 different payment options. So I'm going to create a class name for payment option. That is for each options. Then we want 3 of these. Okay, so for the first payment option, we're going to use an image to display the first payment option, and I'm going to give the image a class name of payment logo. Okay, so let's get the image from the asset folder. We're going to be using the Razor Pay logo and then the Stripe logo as well. So we're going to import it here first. We're going to import Razor Pay from our asset folder, and the name of the image itself is Razor Pay underscore logo dot png. Also, we're going to import for Stripe logo as well. Stripe from our asset folder. This is what Stripe logo dot png, because that is the name of the images, right? So that we can now use it here. So the first one is Razor Pay and the second one is Stripe. So the image here, we're going to replace this with the curly braces, and then we're going to add the image. So this is going to be for Stripe. So after the image, we're going to head to the second one as well. For the second payment option, we're going to have an image, and then we're going to replace. Okay, let me just copy this and paste it here. Okay, this is going to be for Razor Pay. Right, and the third payment option is going to be for cash on delivery. Okay, so if the user can have a choice to either pay with Stripe, Razor Pay, or to pay in cash when the goods have been delivered. So I'm using a span tag here with a class name of payment texts, and it's going to take this word cash on delivery. So after the field sets, we're going to have our delivery information sets, our delivery information, the inputs, okay, for the actual form. So I'm going to start with the form title, and we're going to have an H2 type, shipping address. After the form title, we're going to have another one for the form role. So for the first one, we're going to have input field, and this is going to be taking text. So the type is going to be text. The name is going to be first name. first name, which is what we're collecting here, right? So the name, first name, and the value is going to be form data dot first name, right? The class name is going to be form inputs because it's obviously form inputs, and then our placeholder is going to be first name. Okay, let me close this back again so that we can have more space. And then we're going to use an unchanged function just in case if the user changes the text in it. And if we use the unchanged, we need this unchanged handler. Okay, the job of this unchanged handler is to undo changes in the form input and update the state accordingly. So we're going to use the unchanged function here so that you can undo the changes. So I'm just going to copy this, and here unchanged, we're going to paste the unchanged handler. Okay, and then we're going to do for the next input. The next input is obviously a text. It's going to be a text. So let me just copy this. Okay, then I'm going to paste it here so that we can now edit. This is for the last name. This is last name. It's going to be for last name as well. And the type is going to be text. So after the last name, we're going to have for email as well. I'm going to paste the same thing for email. And the placeholder is going to be email address. Class name remains the same, form input. Now for the name, for the value, it's going to be form data.email. And the name is going to be email. The type is text. Okay. And then we need for phone number as well. Okay, the type here is going to be email, right? The type here, now the type for this third one, for the email section, is going to be email. The type for the phone number is going to be phone. Okay, and then we're going to have form data dot phone for phone number. The name is definitely phone. Okay, and the placeholder is going to be phone number. Phone number. Okay, then we need the for street address. I'll paste this again. This is going to be streets. The placeholder is going to be street address because that is what our users are going to see. The class name remains the same. Value.street, form data.street. The name is going to be streets. And the type is text. So after the street address, we need for the city, the state. So here, so the placeholder is going to be city. The value is going to be form data.city. The name is going to be city as well. And the type is also going to be in text. Then we're going to have for the states. Okay. So for the states, the placeholder is going to be states. The value is going to be form data.states. And the name is going to be state as well. And the type is going to be text. Okay. Now and then we need for the input for zip code. So the placeholder here is going to be zip code. And the value is going to be zip code as well. The name is going to be zip code. Okay, so after zip code, we're going to have the country finally. The placeholder is going to be country. The value is going to be for country. The name is going to be for country as well. Okay, so we're just going to work on little arrangements. So for all these input fields, they're not going to be in the same row. For the class name, we should know that we're trying to, the styling is going to mean that they're going to be in the same row, right? So let me just cut this. So the first name and the last name input field are going to be in the same row. Okay, so here I'm going to close this tag right here. Then for the email, it's going to be in a single column. The phone will be in a single column and the street address as well. But for the city and state, they are going to be in the same row. So I'm just going to copy this class name here. And then I'm going to create a div tag with this class name. So I'm going to have the class name here. And these two fields are going to be within this container. Okay, so for Ctrl Z, Ctrl Z, Ctrl Z. The street is going to be in a separate column, right? It's not going to share row with any input field, so it's going to be standalone. So the three standalones that we have is the email, the phone, and the street. While the city and states are going to fall under the same row, and our zip code and country are also going to fall under the same row. Okay, so I'm going to give this other div tag a class name, and then I'm going to put these two here. Okay, so I'm going to format this document now. All right, so this is what we have. Okay, so for the form row, the first form row, we have our first name, last name in the same container. Then we have the email separate, we have the phone separate, we have the street. Now we have another div tag with the form row again that's going to take city and state. Then another form row that's going to take zip code and country. Now for the payment section, I'm going to create another div tag. I'm going to give it the class name of form right. This is going to be the right section, and here we're going to have our cart total. Okay, so come up here and we're going to import our cart total components from our component folder. That's where we have the cart total, right? So in our checkouts section, at the right section, we're having our cart total. We're going to mount it there. I have done that. Now for the submission part, we're also submitting here. So for form submit, the button, the type is going to be submit, and it's going to have this text, place order. I'm going to give this button a class name, right? So the class name is going to be submit button. Okay, this is supposed to be submit button, typo error, submit button. Okay, so earlier on in our cart page, I said earlier that we have the checkout container. So we want to ensure that once the user clicks on this proceed to checkout, it leads the user to this checkout form here, where they can select their payment method, where they can fill their details, their shipping address details, and also place their order right here. So we'll head back to this checkout container, and then we're going to use an on click. So here we're going to have on click. So here we're going to navigate to the checkout page. Okay, so once user clicks on this proceed to checkout, we're going to navigate to the checkout page. But in the short context, we're yet to define it, the navigate hook. So here we're going to create for navigate. We're going to use navigate from React router DOM. Okay, and then we're going to import it here as well. Import use navigate from React router DOM. Okay, with this now, we're going to add it to the values here as well, so that other components can have access to these features. And in our checkout, no, in our cart page, we're going to call this navigate, although we're not yet to extract it here. So we need to extract it first from our shop context. Let me close this. We're going to extract it here from shop context, right? So here in our proceed to checkout, we created a function to then navigate to the checkout button / checkout. Okay, so this is where it is going to navigate to. But we have not yet mounted our checkout page in our app.gss, right? So right here, we're going to mount it here. Our routes and the path is to, let me see what we're using here, checkout. So copy it here and then paste it. For the elements, it's going to be our checkout. So checkout page, and it has imported right here. Okay, so what's the issue? Okay, I now have to close this right tag. Okay, so all this is done. Now let's check what we've done. We have declared our navigation here from React Router done. So all of this should be working. Now let's test this out. Okay, so on the screen now we're encountering an error. Let's inspect the error to see what the problem is. Okay, it's showing us that use navigate may be used only in the context of a router component at shop context. Okay, click on shop context. Let's see. Okay, for this navigation, okay, let's see. Okay, so the error is showing us that we have an issue here with our use navigate. So I believe the error is happening because use navigate hook can only be rendered within a component that is inside a router. So let us check our main.jsx for our app. Okay, so our router, our shop context here is not wrapped around, it's not wrapped within the router. So we cannot use navigate. So we're supposed to wrap the browser router. So I'm going to cut this. We're supposed to wrap this like this. This is how it's supposed to be. The browser, our shop context is supposed to be wrapped within the browser router for us to be able to use this hook directly. So let's see now. Now we have no anymore. So now let's test if what we're trying to work on, if our checkout page is working. So if I click on this, I'm going to add this product, the small size. I'm adding it to carts. We're getting this here. We're getting this notification that the product has been added to carts. Click on our carts page. This is the carts page. If we click on, the main idea of the use navigate is that if we click on the proceed to checkout, it should lead us to the checkout page. So now if I click on this page, it's leading us to the checkout page. Okay, so this is what we created, and now we just need to style all of this, so it's going to look good. Now let's style the checkout page. So we're going to close our shop context and main.jsx. Now let's style. Let me close all of this, close the cart. We're going to have another file in our checkout folder, and it's going to be checkout.css. So let's start styling. So we're going to start with the form container. We're going to start with this first. So in the form container, the display is going to be flex, and then flex direction will be low. The gap between the left and the right side will be 6 rem. The padding top is going to be 2 rem. The minimum height is going to be 80 vh, and then the border top is going to be 1 pixel solid with this color code. And then we're going to start this left section. So for form left, the display is going to be flex. Flex direction, we want all of the inputs in column with a gap of 1 rem. The width will take 100%, and the maximum width is going to be 650 pixels. Okay, what else do we have here? Now we have our field set for the payment method. So I'll copy this and paste it here in our CSS page. The border here is going to take 2 pixels solid with this color code. Padding will be 30 pixels, and our border radius It's going to be 10 pixels. For the next thing we're going to style is the legend tag. So for payment method legend, the text should be at the center and the font size is going to take 24 pixels. Okay, then we have the payment options. So for the payment options, and okay, before the payment option, this should be with an S, and each of these options should be without an S. Okay, so for these payment options, okay, display is going to be flex and a gap of 1 rem. Okay, and for each of the payment option, which is this, okay, I'm going to copy this again. I don't think I copied it properly. Paste it here. So for each of the payment option, I want the item at the center. The border should be 1 pixel solid with this color code. Padding should take 0.6 rem, 2.8 rem for the width, 0.6 should be for the height. Cursor should be pointer, and our border radius should be about 5 pixels. Okay, so we also need to style it such that when the user selects whichever option here, if the user selects to pay, if the user decides to pay with Stripe, Press pay, and all of that. So here I'm going to have another class name as selected. Okay, we're going to adjust. So now in our styling, for payment options, for payment option that's selected, whichever one of it that is selects, we're going to set the background color to this color code FF7739. Okay, after our payment option, we're going to have the payment text for the cash on delivery. Okay, before that as well, but let me start with this. So for the payment text, the font size is going to be 0.8 rem. And also we have the payment logo, right, for the images. So we need to set that as well. Now for payment logo, the height is going to be 20 pixels. Okay, so we can now move on. So the font title, the font text for this. Okay, so the H2 tag, that is what we want to style actually. So the font size is going to be 1.5 rem, and the margin bottom is going to be 1 rem. Okay, now let's just make this 2. 2 will be okay. Okay, what else do we have? We have the form row. So copy this, paste it here. For form row, display would be flex. That is why I grouped some into row, because the display is going to be flex. Okay, then we have the form inputs for each of the input fields. So for each of the input field, we want to set the border to 1 pixel solid, and this color code, the border radius will be 5 pixels, and the padding, the height is going to be 0.7 rem, and this will be 1 rem, and the width will be 100%. Okay, what else do we have after our form inputs? Now for the right section, for form right, I'm going to copy this and paste it here. The width will be 480 pixels. Okay, and then we're going to have the submit container. So for this, text align will be right, and then margin top will be 2 rem. Then we need to start with the button itself. So class name is submit button. It's supposed to be class name, not classmate. So the background color is going to be black. The text color would be white. The width will be 100%. Padding is going to take 12 pixels. The font size is going to be 1 rem. Border, we're going to set it to a none. And the border radius is going to be 5 pixels. While cursor will be pointer. Okay. So for our CSS now, I don't think we've imported. Okay. We need to import our CSS file, checkout.css, into our JSX file. So this is what we have in the checkout page, but this input here is not aligned. Okay, so we need to align this to ensure that it follows with the row line. So we'll just come back to our code and reduce the width to like 95%, and then we have it aligned. Okay, so this is the place order page, and if the user selects anyone, we're still going to work on the selection. If the user selects on Stripe, then this is going to show as this color. Not everything is going to show as like the color. So back to the home page, let's see. We'll have our navigation working and all of that. Let me try and place an order here from the kit selection. Pick the large size, add it to cart, product, add it to cart, open the cart page, and this is all in the cart page. If you click on proceed, it will lead us back here. Okay, so our login and sign up page is working. To create accounts, to log in, you can place order from the women's category or the men category. So here I'm going to place order from the men category. This is it right here. I'm going to click on the small size, add to cart. This product has been added to cart. We have 2 items in our cart. And I'm also going to place order from the women category as well. If I click on this, let's say I'm picking this size, add the products to cart. We have 3 products in our carts right here. I will have our cart total, proceed to checkout, and I'm going to fill up all of this. Okay, so our website is working, our code is working. So what we need to work on now is our back end, so that we can now add products from the admin page as well. So guys, do not forget to subscribe. Thank you so much for watching. The source code, the complete source code and guideline on how to set this up is going to be provided in the description box. So feel free to send an email to the email that we provided. Feel free to send a message to the email that we provided in the description box to get the complete source code for this project. Okay. So now let's work on the backend.